Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm and you are watching first part of What If Naruto Became Curse of Hatred. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
The Valley of No Return. An old battleground where two gods of shinobi fought, and a place where different ideas clashed. The valley was like a big scar on the land. It was the site of a huge battle that shook the ninja world and beyond. As kids, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, were rivals and old friends. They got into a fight to the death to see who would be the Hokage and lead the village of their dreams. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's power and the Kyuubi no Kitsune as a pet, Madara has a good chance of winning. If he were fighting a normal person, he was the strongest person in the world and was called the God of Shinobi. The Hokage was known for having a strong Keki Genkai called Wood Release. By using both Water Release and Earth Release at the same time, the Senju leader could turn empty land into forests and jungles. The Wood Release also let him hold and control Biju, which you can also call tailed beasts or chakra monsters. A person with great vision used the Kyuubi no Kitsune, which was one of the Nun Biju and the strongest of them, as a tool. That's right, the Kyuubi hated people more than anything else. The Sharingan, that damn copy wheel eye, was their worst enemy. These two things together made something that the Kyuubi hated with all its heart. With its 9 huge tails, the giant fox could crush mountains and make tsunamis. With its breath, it could make hurricanes or infernos. It would never let itself be tamed, especially by Uchiha. It would not turn into one of its kind. Locked up. In spite of that, it did what it was supposed to do and was now helpless until someone freed it. There was another repeat of history. Because they had different ideas, the children and grandchildren of the Rakudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, were killing each other again. The older son's belief that power would bring peace turned into the curse of hatred, which most, if not all, Uchiha would carry with them. The younger son's belief that love was the only way to find peace turned into the will of fire. A goal that everyone in the village of Hidden Leaf would learn and agree with. The two powerhouses attacked each other with abilities that no one thought they had. The valley was made by cutting through mountains, splitting the land, and generally wrecking it. But even though he had the power of the Kyuubi and the strength of the Sharingan at his command. Hello, Madara. We lost the battle. Stabbed in the back by a person who used to be his friend. Trapped by his family. His family thought that the person who stole his brother's eyes was a dangerous person who would start a war again. Had lost everything when the cold metal of a sword cut him. 2 statues were put up to remember the fight that happened all those years ago. The seal of conflict is held by one of Hashirama and the other of Madara. This is where Hashirama Senju beat the Kyuubi. And the spot where Madara died. That's what everyone thought. Right now. Nothing could be heard in the valley. The only sound was the loud chirping of birds coming from inside the valley. Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha of Konohagakure, had left his village to get power from the Sanin's Orochimaru. He joined the dangerous snake to get stronger so that he could kill his older brother Itachi and get back at his clan for being killed by that brother. He was well aware that even with the cursed seal of heaven, he would never be able to beat Itachi at this point in time. He wanted more and more power because of this. Another reason Sasuke left was that his teammate Naruto Uzumaki was getting stronger faster than him. Being weak compared to other fighters, especially in his last few months of academy, was something Sasuke didn't like. Hideyoshi Naruto was a knucklehead blonde ninja who was hyperactive and unpredictable. He wore a hideous orange jumpsuit that screamed, "Kill me," and no one knew how he avoided the Chunin and Anbu of the village. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sealed a huge fox the size of the Hokage mountain into him when he was a baby. The blonde had been picked on his whole life. He had to deal with insults and threats of violence, or people would just ignore him. Every once in a while, the villagers would even beat him. So he made a mental mask to hide his hurt and anger, and that mask became his personality. Naruto wasn't very good at shinobi to begin with, and the teachers at the academy would cheat on his tests and stop him from learning. Only Iruka was willing to teach him, and she was also one of the few people who knew Naruto existed and saw him as Naruto, not the fox. But now he was in the hands of a friend who was like his brother. When Sasuke left the village, Tsunade, the Godem Hokage, told Shikamaru Nara, who had just been promoted, to put together a retrieval team to bring Sasuke back. Even though she would rather lock up the spoiled brat or beat him badly. Shikamaru brought a group of very skilled genin with him. Kiba Inuzuka is a strong fighter and a great tracker. Shoji Akamichi is a well-rounded ninja who isn't very smart. Neji Hyuga is the star of the Hyuga clan, and his Byakugan would be very useful. And finally, Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is our favorite blonde ninja. They kept going after Sasuke through the Land of Fire, where each squad member gave their life to fight the Sound 4 members. But when Kimimaro Kagaya showed up, things got more complicated than expected. Naruto wasn't a threat to Orochimaru's subordinate, and fighting him was a waste of time because he needed to get to Sasuke. But when Rock Lee showed up at the right time, he was able to go after Sasuke without anyone getting in the way. We're now in the present moment and in this place. With the power of the curse seal behind him, Sasuke holds Naruto up in his right hand. In his left hand, he held a Chidori, which is the signature move of Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan. Naruto was completely taken over by the user of Sharingan. The Uchiha were very fast and strong because of the curse seal, and he could barely fight back. Naruto felt a lot of different emotions, but the ones that stood out the most were sadness and anger. Naruto asked, Sasuke, why? As he felt his throat being smashed. The reason is simple. Naruto. It's because that pathetic village could offer me no more power to help me kill Itachi, said the Uchiha. But right now I can get even more power. Itachi had told Saki about the Mangekyo Sharingan and how he needed to kill his best friend. This made Saki have flashbacks. By taking your life in exchange for the Mangekyo. With those words, Sasuke rammed his Chidori into the ground, right through Naruto's heart. And the blonde's own thoughts took his mind off of the hand going through his chest. Hey Sasuke, I believed you were my brother. I was glad there was someone else out there like me. I wished I were like you. Brave and sure of themselves. Everyone was looking at you, giving you praise. Those eyes should have looked at me too. At first, we might have hated each other, but I loved it. As much as I loved competing against you. And I wanted to be recognized by you one day. I think of Sasuke as I close my eyes. Sasuke took his hand off of Naruto's chest, but he didn't seem to feel anything. He then threw Naruto into the water and went to the Land of Sound. Sasuke took one last look at the valley and thought, goodbye, Naruto. The Uchiha's tears could now be seen and were falling freely from his eyes. He wasn't aware that his Sharingan had changed into the Mangekyo. His Mangekyo was made up of 3 ellipses that came together at the pupil to look like an atom model. Uchiha were the only ones who could kill someone they cared about and then feel bad about it. It was lying in its cage, which had the kanji for seal in the middle. It seemed like darkness was getting into every part of Naruto's mind. The Kyuubi could feel its own life slipping away second by second. The wound is too great for me to heal with my chakra. So this is how it ends. Stupid brat. He got me killed. And now I'm going to die within your spawn Kushina. Curse you, Yondaime Hokage, for giving me this fate. I hope that pitiful village of yours was worth the price of your son. Shodam Hokage. Your wretched will of fire has been extinguished. Spat the Kyuubi to no one in particular. As it died, it closed its eyes and sent its chakra out into the world in a quiet way. Naruto was floating above the river when he felt a huge hole in his chest. His thoughts were on his teammate with the pink hair. Okay, Sakura, I'm sorry. I couldn't get him back. I only meant to make you happy. And I didn't get to tell you how I felt, were Naruto Uzumaki's last words before the Shinigami killed him. No one knew there was a third person nearby. It looked at the whole show. This person was wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it. The cloak covered their head and torso like a Venus flytrap. It had yellow eyes and short green hair. One half of its body was white all the way through, and the other half was black and had only one round eye on it. That was quite the fight. Shut up, that was the most one-sided fight I've ever seen. If only he called on the Kyuubi's chakra, he would have won. Compared to the power of Biju, Orochimaru's cursed seal doesn't hold a candle to it, said the plant. What humans do. However, this could give us a chance that we can't miss, the black half said. The white half asked, What do you mean? Although the Kyuubi's chakra has dispersed toward the corners of the world, its Jinchuriki's body is still mostly intact, said the black part. The white half asked, can you still explain? I thought you were smarter than this. It doesn't matter. Jinchuriki are known to have massive supplies of chakra because their coils have to harden in order for their bodies to cope with the stress of the Biju's chakra, said the black part. So this boy has large reserves of chakra. The black half looked at the other half and seemed to sigh. Didn't it just say that? Yes. The average chakra reserves for a Chunin-level Jinchuriki are greater than that of a cage, the black thing said. But there's more, the black half said. That Jinchuriki was one of the last members of the Uzumaki clan. The white half asked, who were the Uzumaki clan again? They were a very strong shinobi clan that used sealing jutsu and fuinjutsu, said the black half. Fuinjutsu is a very strong ninja art, the white half said. The Uzumaki also had great stamina and life force coupled with their extremely powerful and large chakra reserves. A Chunin-level Uzumaki had the chakra reserves of a cage and so on and so forth. I see, then if this kid lived well into his adult years he would have Biju-level chakra reserves, said the plant idea. But there's more, the black half said, which caught the white half's attention. The Uzumaki were also an offshoot clan of the Senju, who broke away from the clan when they tired from the fighting with the Uchiha. They later fled to an island which they dubbed the Land of Whirlpools and created powerful seals and jutsu. However, they also had close ties with the Senju. This friendship was strengthened even further when Mito Uzumaki married Hashirama Senju. So this boy is a descendant of the younger son of the Rakudo Sennin. They told us. I see now. If we were to bring the boy to him, he can get what we want and we can finally finish what he started. He could combine the sage's body and the sage's eyes, said the white part. Exactly. When the white half knew the answer, it asked, so shall we do it? Yes. The plant Man-Thing went down to the valley and used its chakra to walk across the water to where Naruto's body was still floating on the surface. It went to the bank of the river, where it blended into the ground and vanished with Naruto's body. Kakashi Hatake, a highly regarded student of the Yondaime Hokage, was running with the wind behind him, and he felt desperate. His personal collar, a pug dog named Pakun, was with him. It's not far away, and their scent is getting stronger, Pakun yelled. Kakashi said with fear in his voice, good Pakun. I just hope we make it. Then they could see the valley of the end. But it began to rain, which made things more difficult for Kakashi. Pakun yelled, double time Kakashi. We're losing Sasuke's scent. They would not be able to make it at their current speed. Kakashi and Pakun jumped out from behind the trees and looked down at the valley. They went down into the basin at the base of the two legendary shinobi. I'm sorry Kakashi, I've lost his scent. The rain will wash away all traces of his scent, Pakun said with sadness. But Kakashi didn't seem to hear him. The man with silver hair was looking all over the valley for signs of someone else. Kakashi asked out loud, where is Naruto? From what I can gather with my nose, Naruto's scent stops here. Even with the rain I would still be able to get a general direction, but it's as I said. Shared with Pakun. I think Naruto ended up in the river, where no one would be able to smell him. Oh. Okay Pakun, take the left side of the bank, and I'll take the right. Bark when you see any sign of Naruto, Kakashi told them. He didn't want to lose another student. The shinobi and his dog summon searched the riverbanks for hours, but they didn't find anything that would prove whether Naruto was alive or dead. After 6 hours of searching, they decided to go back to Konoha and see if there was any news that Naruto had survived. At least, that's what Kakashi hoped would happen. As Sasuke, Kabuto, and Orochimaru walked through their underground lair, they saw many people who had just traded bodies. Men, women, and children were locked up and moaning and crying out in pain and sorrow. Sasuke didn't seem to mind all the torture he saw. His own pain was much worse than theirs. I am very pleased that you arrived at my base mostly unscathed. Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said in his beautiful but foul voice. Just give me the power I want. Soon, Sasuke yelled. What Kabuto saw wasn't good. Should I remind you that you are speaking to Orochimaru Sama and that you should show proper respect? He snapped as he grabbed Sasuke's shoulder. But he jumped when he felt how strong the Uchiha's chakra was. Kabuto thought, such strong chakra, as he shook from the touch. Yes, he's the one who will be my next ship. The next 3 years in the future are going to be very interesting, Orochimaru thought happily as he licked his lips. How right he was. Just got back to Konoha and saw Sakura at the gate, where she was the last time they met. She asked where Sasuke and Naruto were, and he said, I don't know. Kakashi also noticed that the rain in the valley seemed to follow him back to the village. While he walked to the Hokage Tower, people were running around looking for shelter in the hopes of getting out of the rain. Kakashi was cold and soaked to the core, and his silver hair defied gravity by being dark and cloudy. You couldn't see his face, but you could tell he wasn't feeling well on the inside. He almost knocked on the tower's door but stopped himself because he didn't know how to tell Tsunade that Naruto had gone missing. He knew she didn't care about Sasuke, but she loved the blonde knuckle. Head like a sun. How would she react? He got up the courage to knock on her door twice and heard it come in from the other side. When he walked in, he saw Tsunade working behind her desk with a bottle of sake on her right side. But something wasn't right. She had bags under her amber eyes, as if stress had really gotten to her, and there were wrinkles all over her face, making it look like she had lost her special henge a little. Kakashi, do you have anything to report? Why do you ask in such a strong voice? She snapped Kakashi out of his daydreaming thoughts. Yes, Tsunade. Sama, I tracked Sasuke Uchiha's scent with my personal ninkin, Pakun. We found the scent when it started to rain, which made it impossible to track. Kakashi told Tsunade. Tsunade thought something was wrong with Kakashi's report, like something was bothering him. She looked down at her desk and thought about whether to ask this question, but she had to. What about Naruto? Even though Kakashi didn't say anything, something in his mind raised a red flag. Explain yourself. Didn't Naruto show up with the rest of his team? Kakashi asked with fear. At this, Tsunade seemed to lose steam. He wasn't found with them? Kakashi asked, afraid of the answer. No. Tell me please. Kakashi, tell me, did you find any sign of him? Begged Tsunade, she said. No. Pakun and I looked in the valley and along the river, but all we found were his scent, which stopped in the valley. Sasuke wasn't there either, but he's still alive, Kakashi said. I don't care about Uchiha. He can be spoiled. Naruto, where are you? Please tell me. Tsunade roared. He's. Kakashi spoke, but he was cut off by the sound of a new voice. When Kakashi and Tsunade turned around to see Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill with his arms crossed, they couldn't believe how angry he looked. He had an inexplicable sneer on his face. What? At the same time, the other two ninjas said, thunder. The sound of the thunder made them feel scared. It's true that Fukasaku Sama called me and told me that Naruto's name was taken off the Myobokuzen summoning board. He's really dead, Jiraiya yelled. And he was killed by. The name Sasuke Uchiha made Jiraiya spit it out like it was poison. I stuttered Kakashi, but Jiraiya cut him off. Be quiet. Remember when you scolded me on the hospital roof for trying to teach Naruto how to defend himself because he would need it when the Akatsuki came after him? Growled Jiraiya. But what did you teach Sasuke? Yes, you taught him a lot of fire moves and the other. Hi Chidori. While you may have blocked the cursed seal's dark effects, you still gave him the power to use it. It almost sounds like you wanted Sasuke to use it. Kakashi just looked at the floor and felt bad. You didn't even bother to find out what kind of nature affinity Naruto had. According to Jiraiya, you just pushed him to the side and gave him to someone who openly hated him while you taught the Uchiha how to kill someone properly. Never treated you or any of your teammates better than everyone else. This is more proof that you're not ready to be a sensei. And now Minato's name is gone. All because you didn't bother to teach him. I can understand because of Obito, but still, you didn't pay much attention to Naruto. Jiraiya's words cut deep into Kakashi's heart. The only thing you taught him was how to use your chakra to climb trees, which is a basic skill for all ninjas. And all those pointless teamwork exercises, look how that turned out. I'm the only person that really taught him anything. I taught him one of his father's treasure jutsu, the Rasengan, and you berate me for teaching him what was rightfully his. Jiraiya nearly yelled. Because Kakashi needed to hear this, Tsunade didn't step in. She agreed with Jiraiya's assessment that Sarutobi never showed favoritism to Orochimaru, not even to him, her, or Jiraiya. You can add this to the list of all the failures you have made in your life. You failed Minato, you failed Kushina, and you also failed Obito and Rin. Jiraiya stopped his verbal attack and turned toward the window. The Minato would be. I'm sorry, Kushina. Sarutobi. Sensei would be let down. They would be let down. All of them would be upset with you. When it was his turn to leave, Jiraiya told him, I hope you have the guts to face them. He then jumped off the Hokage tower. And Kakashi said, Hokage. Sama. Just go. I want you to leave my sight right now. Don't show your face to me again in a week, the Hokage told Kakashi. He didn't look up. He just dragged himself out of the office. If you looked closely, you could see tears falling like a waterfall. She was crying quietly because her cursed necklace had taken another one of her loved ones, the boy she thought of as a son. She cried for hours because she would never hear the hyperactive blonde's voice again, see the hideous orange jumpsuit he loved to wear, or see his big, happy smile. She puts the blame on both Sasuke and Kakashi, but the blonde with the mustache would never come back to her, no matter who she blamed or how many times. Kakashi was on his way to the memorial stone, where he talked to his best friend Obito Uchiha every day. Uchiha was the one who gave him the Sharingan. He felt bad hearing what Jiraiya said, but he knew he had let down Minato, Kushina, Rin, Obito, and now Naruto. Kakashi had a lot of bad luck in his life. Kakashi. Sensei, the copycat ninja said. He looked up and saw Sakura Haruno, his last student. That girl with pink hair looked like she was upset, like she always had something on her mind. Kakashi said with a sad face, Yo. Sakura. She was interested and asked, where are Naruto and Sasuke? Kun? He wasn't allowed to tell her in the street. Kakashi said, follow me to the memorial stone. Sakura gave her sensei a nod and followed after her. As they got close to the memorial stone, they didn't say anything until Sakura started a conversation. She looked at the stone in front of her the whole time and said, Kakashi-sensei. I've been thinking lately. When I was waiting at the gates for Naruto and his team to come back, Ino asked me something. She asked me who I was waiting for, and I answered Naruto I was waiting for him and not Sasuke. Kun. She went on. Kakashi did nothing but listen to her. It was getting harder for him to tell her that Naruto was dead, and his guilt was making it worse. I then started thinking about Naruto and all he's done for me. I was so cruel to him when he just wanted to be my friend, I berated him when he brought up an idea and when Sasuke Kun suggested the same thing I'd praise him for it and not Naruto. I then remembered his promise to me. I could see he was hurt when I asked him to bring Sasuke back. I don't know whether he was hurt because he saw me so sad or whether it hurt him because he thought my heart belonged to someone else. But when he put aside his own feelings for my own I was so happy because he was so selfless and caring. Now that I think about it, he never treated me in a bad way. Every word she spoke made this harder for Kakashi. I then remembered a time when we were younger. I was being bullied by these boys who were making fun of my forehead, but Naruto came over and defended me. Eventually the boys beat him up. If it wasn't for my mom who came around the corner, they would continue beating him, so she stopped the boys hitting Naruto. But when she saw that it was him, she turned away and took my hand, saying to stay away from him. I was too young to understand. Maybe I'll never understand. Kakashi just let a few stray tears leave her eyes, knowing what her mother meant by avoiding this person. Later I became the one who would verbally hurt Naruto and put him down to make myself feel better. As Kakashi said, Sakura. She went on. When we became a Genin team I was so happy that I was on Sasuke Kun's team. Later I was sitting alone by myself when I saw Sasuke Kun. He complimented me on the one thing I hated, my forehead. But now when I look back at our time as a team, I realized that Sasuke would never say that to me, but it was something that Naruto would say. And now that I look back I figured something out, that the one I truly love, the one that would sacrifice anything for me, even his own happiness, the one that stood by me the whole time, is Naruto. I love Naruto. And when he comes back I'll tell him that, and then I'll share my feelings with him. She said with unwavering determination. I used to think that I knew what love was, but it was just some wayward crush. True love is putting one's happiness above your own, and that's what Naruto would do for me in a heartbeat. But I want to be happy with him. Kakashi couldn't handle this. He would have to tell her she had a right to know. So when are Naruto, Kun and Sasuke, Kun going to be back? She asked with pure joy. Kakashi said, that's the problem, Sakura. The girl with pink hair didn't understand why Kakashi was so sad. There were problems with the mission to get the items back, Kakashi said with his head down. She was scared of the worst and asked Kakashi, what do you mean? What did Kakashi know that she didn't? Naruto is dead. Those words would break glass. She took a few steps back and muttered, no. It can't be. Her eyes were now watering, and she felt a pain in her chest that felt like someone was squeezing her heart. He was killed by Sasuke. That was the last straw, and Sakura's tears began to flow. She left the training ground quickly, leaving Kakashi alone. Kakashi didn't even look at the memorial stone because he felt so bad about what he had done. He got down on his knees as the tears came back. As Kakashi sobbed freely, Minato. Sensei. I'm sorry I failed to protect your son. No one had seen this side of Kakashi since Obito died. Shikamaru Nara was waiting in the hospital. He hadn't heard from his teammates. What was even worse was that there was no news about Naruto. He fought a strong member of Orochimaru's elite followers. She used summons and a strange flute, and he would have died if Gaara's sister Temari hadn't shown up. He only hurt himself by breaking his finger. In the corner of his eye, he saw Tsunade, the Godem Hokage, walking toward him. He could see tears running down his face. She got his full attention when she said, Shikamaru, we need to talk. It's about Naruto. But when she told him the news, it seemed to take away his hope. He yelled in the hospital, it can't be no. No, no, no. As she started to cry again, she said, I will call a council meeting and then I will tell the village I'm truly sorry. She ignored Nara and kept saying, no, over and over. The council room was full. In the middle of the room was a table that looked like a half circle. On the left were the heads of the shinobi councils, on the right were the heads of the civilian councils, and in the middle were the elders. Then Tsunade slowly walked in with her head down. This seemed to make the shinobi council and the elders think of something. Tsunade. Sama, why did you call us today? Asked Kaharu Udatain, one of the Hokage's close friends. I came to inform you of the results of the retrieval team tasked with capturing Sasuke Uchiha and returning him to the village. She said without emotion. A fat member of the civilian council asked, so Uchiha Sama has been sent back to the village? No, the mission was a failure. It resulted with a shinobi being mildly injured, to another that would require care for a few weeks, 2 critically injured and 1 death. Someone from the crowd asked, so who were the shinobi that were hurt? The one that was mildly wounded was Shikamaru Nara, the other that would require some treatment is Kiba Inuzuka, and the 2 that were critically injured were Choji Akamichi and Neji Hyuga. Tsunade was told. And who was the one death? Hiyashi Hyuga asked with a sense of interest. The choked Tsunade, Naruto. Uzumaki, he was killed by Sasuke Uchiha. The civilian council cheered as soon as they heard the news. They were glad that the demon was gone and that Uchiha Sama saved us. The shinobi council was both sad and disgusted when they heard this. They were sad about the blonde's death because they thought he was a good person who couldn't do anything bad. They weren't stupid. They knew the difference between a kunai and the scroll it was sealed in. And they didn't like how the civilian council didn't care about the blonde's life at all. The elders were worried because they had lost their Jinchuriki, which meant their military strength had dropped sharply. If other countries heard that Konoha had lost its Jinchuriki, they might attack. Tsunade was so mad at how stupid the civilians were that she could hardly hold it in. They were fine until one of them asked a silly question. Hokage Sama, we the civilian council request that a statue be erected to honor Uchiha Sama's great deed. Shut up. No, I will never create a statue for that spoiled brat. He just abandoned the village, joined Orochimaru and killed a Konoha nin, and I the Godem Hokage hereby declare Sasuke Uchiha a wanted nuke nin. Tsunade told Tsunade her anger was greater. It was said by Shikaku Nara, the shinobi council second this declaration. It was agreed upon by all the other shinobi clan leaders. Later, the village learned that Naruto had died and Sasuke had betrayed him. Half of the village was celebrating the death of the demon by cheering and throwing parties. The other half were sad because the blonde had already done so much for them. Gaara was crushed when he heard the news. The first person who treated him like a person worth living for was dead. He promised himself that he would work hard to become great to honor Naruto's memory. He wouldn't let his desire for revenge take over, but he would kill Sasuke Uchiha if he saw him. Iruka was sad and angry at the same time. The person who was like a younger brother to him had died, and the stupid villagers were celebrating. He knew what kind of life Naruto lived and understood how much pain he was in. Even worse, though, was the fact that Naruto had been killed by one of his own students. He chose to stay in his apartment by himself, and no one saw the scarred Chunin for a week before he came out. He looked like a mess to everyone else. He had bags under his eyes and red, puffy cheeks and eyes from crying so much. When everyone found out that Naruto had died, Konohamaru took it the worst. He locked himself in his room and didn't come out much for a week, until Naruto's funeral. For him, the boy with whiskers was like an older brother. But now he was gone, just like his grandfather, the Sandaime Hokage. He hadn't been for a long time. The smell of ramen didn't wake him up, and just hearing Naruto's name made him feel worse. He hadn't felt this way since his grandfather died when Orochimaru come into the village with Tsunade's help. After Naruto died, it rained all the time, as if the heavens were crying because such a good person was gone. Everyone who liked Naruto or had met him in real life was there, except Kakashi, who wasn't invited, and Jiraiya, who couldn't go because it hurt too much for him. The people who did show up were all the Konoha genin who took the last Chunin exams, along with their proctors and sensei. The Sand siblings also went. After a few hours, everyone left the funeral except for Konohamaru Sarutobi, who stayed. He didn't look inside the tomb. He just looked at the stone. Konohamaru made a promise he meant to keep. I promise that your sacrifice won't be in vain. I will carry on your legacy and get stronger for your sake, Naruto. Nissan. The elder sage was thinking deeply at Myobokuzen. How could someone so great die so young? He knew in his heart that Naruto was the child he spoke about in his dreams. Why did everyone think he was dead? Unless there was another force behind Naruto's return, and the elder knew it wasn't good in any case. In a dark place stood a man with metallic purple eyes and rings of light around the pupil. But his body was skewed so that it looked like a rainbow. Then he saw pictures of other people with different skewed eyes appearing all around him. Of all of them wore black cloaks with red clouds on them. A tall man with sharp eyes asked, "When was the last time we were all here?" It's not been 7 years since Orochimaru quit the organization to pursue his stupid goals, someone with a hunchback said. Oh, Orochimaru has the Sharingan. Hey, Itachi, isn't that your little brother? Asked someone else. Itachi didn't seem to respond to this jab, and he didn't say anything else either. The plant. Like one among them said, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is dead. The member with the rippled eyes asked in a scary voice, really Zetsu? Who killed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? The plant man, who was now known as Zetsu, said, it was Sasuke Uchiha Itachi's brother. If you had only killed your brother the night of the massacre, the Kyuubi would still be alive, instead its chakra is dispersed, which has set us back by years. Chided another with green eyes. Itachi didn't say anything, but he had a different thought. As Itachi closed his eyes, he thought, foolish little brother, you have made the worst mistake anyone could make in your shoes. We will just have to wait until the Kyuubi reforms, although that will take about 5 years, until then we extract the rest of the Biju. But the Kyuubi must be sealed last or else the plan will fail. Now go and use the time you have now to train yourselves until we face the Jinchuriki. Told the person that seemed to be the leader. Then all of the bodies in the illusion started to go away. Besides Itachi. Saying, I don't think you're dead. If you are, then. What are you doing? That's what Itachi thought as his fake body disappeared. A dried out man sitting alone was sitting on a tree. Like throne. His hair was light gray and fell to his waist. He had 2 shoulder length bangs, and the one on the right side covered his whole eye. Most of his body was covered by a black robe, but there were 3 tubes on his back that led to a huge statue. He was very thin, and his face was full of wrinkles. You could see 1 Sharingan eye. He also had what was left of an old kusarigama, which could be used as a cane. If someone saw him, they would think he wasn't breathing because he didn't seem to be moving. In his life, this man had seen and fought in thousands of battles. Death was always in his line of sight. Still, it didn't bother him at all. Too much of his life had been lost to war and hatred. People used to call him a god, but now he was just a dusty scroll who refused to fade away. He hasn't seen the sun or smelled the trees around him in a long time. Time had no meaning or purpose for him. He was just waiting, but he didn't know what. He hadn't seen someone else's face in. It doesn't matter how long. As his subordinate Zetsu got up from the ground, he seemed to lose his train of thought. His fly trap was the first thing he saw, but Zetsu holding a bundle of cloth caught his attention right away. The bundle wasn't too big or too small, but it was smaller than Zetsu. He breathed out a hoarse Zetsu. The dried out man pointed his scythe at the cloth and asked, "What are you doing here? And what is that in your arms?" "I'm here because of what I'm carrying," Zetsu replied. It was with care that he put the bundle on the ground in front of the old man, who narrowed his one visible eye. The man took out his kusarigama and cut the wad with the blade. He became even more suspicious when he saw what he did. It looked like a boy, but it was actually a dead boy with a huge hole in his chest. This boy had sun-kissed blonde hair that was wild and untamed. His eyes were closed, and he had 3 clear marks on each cheek that looked like whiskers. He was also wearing an offensive orange jumpsuit that made him feel even worse. The mummy asked Zetsu, "Tell me, why did you bring me this body?" With a sad face. "You've always wanted someone to keep your plans going, and I've found someone who can promise that," Zetsu said happily, as if nothing had happened. The old man began to cough and said, "I would have preferred someone whose blade had pierced flesh and taken life away, and more importantly if his heart was beating. But what if I told you that this boy is a former Jinchuriki who also descends from the Uzumaki clan?" said Zetsu. The man was interested because he knew a lot about the Uzumaki clan, especially how they were related to the Senju and how powerful their chakra was. "It's true," Zetsu said. "Oh, he was also killed by a Uchiha for the Mangekyo." It didn't bother the old man. The man said, "Interesting. A member of the Uzumaki clan and a former Jinchuriki. Interesting. He could become a very powerful shinobi if taught correctly. This could give me the chance to continue it. So you assume that if I return his life, then persuade him to become part of my plan, he could become an extraordinarily powerful asset that could further my goals?" asked the elderly man. Where the colored thing in front of him gave him a nod. "Very good, Zetsu." The man looked at Naruto's body in a different way. "But what do you think of his level of skill?" the tired man asked. "From what I was able to gather, he knows the basic ninjutsu from the academy, but he has 3 powerful jutsu in his arsenal. But don't bother with genjutsu. With his chakra levels he would be unable to perform genjutsu, however I don't know about taijutsu," explained Zetsu. The white half looked pleased that he was making his master happy. The other person didn't seem to care. "And what would these ninjutsu be?" asked the thirsty man. "He knows the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and the Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, also he knows a powerful A-ranked ninjutsu that took its creator 3 years to develop, but it took him 1 week to master," claimed the 2 parts. The old shinobi was now knee-deep in the boy and trying to grab him. For those who knew the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, it didn't matter how smart or hard they worked. They could gain a year's worth of experience in just 6 months. And an A-ranked jutsu that he learned in just 1 week. Zetsu told him that he had a lot of potential. "You truly brought me a diamond among rocks, Zetsu. My faith is not given out easily, but you have earned it." His one Sharingan changed into a purple eye with many rings around the pupil that looked like waves. He did a few hand seals before stopping at the snake seal and putting all of his chakra into it. Geto. Rinne Tensai no Jutsu. There was a purple aura around a demonic head that faded into the ground. The kanji for king was written on its forehead. When it opened its mouth, a single wisp of green energy flew out and caught Naruto's body. It healed the wound where Naruto's heart should have been right away, but there was a scar over his heart that looked like lightning sparks spreading out from where the attack happened. Madara was sure that he would die if he wasn't connected to the statue. After a short time, heavy breathing could be heard coming from Naruto. He wasn't dead, but he wasn't awake either. He won't wake up for a few more days, so Zetsu, start a blood transfusion. Zetsu did what his master told him to do and got the tools he would need ready. After a few hours, the blood transfusion worked perfectly. Now, the boy had the man's blood running through his veins, giving him the old man's gifts. So tell me Zetsu of the Uchiha that killed him? The old man was interested, but he needed Zetsu to make sure what he thought was true. Oh, could I tell him please? The white half begged the black half. The black half knew that its other half would talk over it, so it let the white half say whatever was on its mind. Fine. The white half tried to come up with a name for the other half and said, well, the Uchiha was just. That's right, he left the village to join up with a nuke. Nin. What was his name? The black half replied, Orochimaru. They've seen the man before and were just talking about what he did at a meeting. The name is simple and easy to remember. Yeah, that's it. Who is this? Orochimaru? He. Said the white man before the black man cut him off. He was a student of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage. During the Second Great Shinobi War, he and his teammates Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju did a lot to help his village. The old man scowled at the name, Senju, as if someone had just kicked his dog. They later fought an icon of the shinobi world, Hanzo no Sanchuo, where the old ninja would spare the three of them and give them the title of Densetsu no Sanin. Later Orochimaru performed ghastly experiments on children where he would later flee his village and become a criminal. He was also the orchestrator of the Konoha invasion I informed you of, where he assassinated the Yondaime Kazekage and tried to assassinate the Sandaime Hokage, his former teacher, but he was barely able to kill the old Hokage despite the fact that Sarutobi lost much of his power thanks to old age. Orochimaru even went as far to revive his two predecessors, but their power was being limited at the time. Even still, the Sandaime came out on top when he sealed the two Hokage and took away the ability to wield hand seals by sealing Orochimaru's arms. This Orochimaru was barely able to kill Tobirama's monkey, even when old age had affected him, and he couldn't kill this Hanzo, a shinobi from some backwash village, even with two others, among them a Senju. The old ninja was fast gathering his thoughts. Orochimaru doesn't sound like much of a great shinobi. I know that Sarutobi is strong, he may be stronger than Tobirama, but he is still far from comparing to Hashirama's or my own level in power. My future student would become much greater of a threat than his pet of a Uchiha. The man said as he darkly laughed. After a few days, Naruto woke up and saw that it was dark. Getting used to the little light in the dark place, he adjusted his eyes. Where am I? Am I dead? Naruto asked in a low voice, hoping someone would hear him. His only wish was to hear a voice that would reassure him. To make him feel better. He thought he was dead, but was he really? Then there was a voice that cut through the silence like a knife through butter. He looked up and saw. In the realm between that which is eternal. The Sandaime Hokage was not even close to this guy's age when it came to old age. He stood there like a statue over him. This guy looks a lot like Sasuke. Like him, is he a Uchiha? I think Naruto as he looked at the man with his eyes half closed. He was numb all over, and the only things he could feel were the air and dust on his skin. A realm between that which is eternal. What kind of place is it? The blonde asked as he stared at the tired and numb man. The realm was too dark for Naruto's liking, so the light wouldn't follow him. A realm of nothingness would be more accurate, the old man said. I think that lies between two higher powers. Naruto looked at him again, trying to understand what he was saying. Where was he? How did he get here? I don't remember much now that I think about it, he said. As he paused, it all came back to him. The mission to find his friend and the promise he made to Sakura. His passing away. He yelled, Sasuke. As he pulled himself up. Oh whoa 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 whoa. He chanted while holding the area above his heart. What? I don't feel any pain? Where's the wound? In the place where his heart should have been, he saw a strange scar that looked like lightning across his chest. He had nothing on. After that, he looked at the old man one more time. I have healed your wounds and brought you back to life. If you can feel your heart beating, that means you're still alive, the old man said. Naruto just stared at him with wide eyes, but he looked down and saw that the man was holding an old scythe that sparkled a little. No. You're a Shinigami who's brought me back to life, so to take me to hell please, please I want to live. screamed Naruto in a girly way. Okay, sorry if I took those pervy magazines, they're not mine, I swore they're Kiba's. The old man started to sweat when he saw how the blonde was acting. What did sexy magazines have to do with it? With a small smirk, the old man said, I am a Shinigami. In a way, but I am not the young Uzumaki, and you are not dead yet. Naruto looked at the old man. He seemed like an old bat who would fight with his wife. Still, though. Naruto thanked the old man, so you saved me. Thanks. He was glad to be alive in general. But he had an idea. He screamed at the top of his lungs, no. Please tell me you're not some shinobi pedo like that Orochimaru. Teme. Tears filled his eyes as he spoke. I don't swing that way. Someone please save me. I am not a pedo, young Uzumaki, the old man said, slightly angry at the blonde in front of him for being rude and stupid. Naruto yelled, oh, and if you aren't a pedo then where are my clothes? The old man deadpanned, I burned them. This woke Naruto up, and he began crying anime tears over his favorite jumpsuit. While Naruto was asking himself, did he have to burn my underwear? There were little frogs on the underwear, and they were meant to be burned. But still, it's way too early to thank me, he said. This caught the blonde's attention. And I'm sure you follow some nindo. Naruto was about to answer, but he was stopped. The man looked at Naruto with interest and said, don't answer that. I just know I'm right. The man did have a nindo. You just seem like the type that won't go back on his word. Naruto let out a sigh. His body was still numb, but he could move in some way. I'm sorry, old man, but I have to leave because my friends are counting on me and I need to be there for them. Naruto said this with a bit of resolve. I also need to keep a promise I made to someone important to me, Naruto said. He slowly got off the bed, but as soon as he tried to stand up, he fell. The blanket over his body still covered his private parts. I have to return home, I have to, my friends need to know I'm alive. Madara sighed and said, a promise you must keep. As he watched Naruto run around on the icy ground. I have just brought you back to life, your muscles and internal organs are just starting to function again. It will take some time to fully recuperate from your revival, and if you move around more you'll only damage yourself even more and you may die again. No, 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 I can't give up. I'll go back to Konoha, even if you bring me back to life, Naruto grunted as he tried to pick himself up from the floor but couldn't because his body was still too weak and he felt like his stomach was twisting. The old man sighed as he watched the boy try and fail to get out of the dark shack. But the blonde would kill himself if he didn't get some rest. He could barely get off the ground. The man asked the boy, why do you keep doing the same thing and expect a different result? As he watched him fail again and again. The child was determined, he had to say. Naruto yelled, because I don't give up and I always keep my word. That's my my shinobi way. He was too stubborn to be broken. The man kept staring at the boy. The boy was very determined, and the man could tell he had a strong will. People could be judged by a glance, but to form an opinion on them, you had to see them do something. Those words are empty and not full of conviction. No matter how the wind howls, the mountain cannot bow to it. The man's words were wise. Saying something is far different than doing something. You have yet to realize that this is your birth by sleep, to wake up from this reality and accept what is before your eyes. Naruto said, but he felt a few tears at the edges of his eyes as he lay on the dirty ground with his face buried in the cold ground. He felt helpless because he couldn't get back to his friends no matter how hard he tried. He calmed down and decided that he wouldn't be going anywhere until he was better. The old man put his scythe or cane next to Naruto's bed and gently helped him get back on it. Just who are you? Naruto asked in a low voice as he laid back on the bed. The person who brought him back to life should at least have been named. The man walked over to his root. Like throne, sat down, and cleared his throat to get the boy's attention. The man now known as Madara said, as for who I am. I am the ghost of the Uchiha. I am Madara Uchiha. At this point, light seemed to fill the dark room. As Naruto's eyes got used to the new light, he saw a huge flower the height of a mountain with a huge statue sitting in a lotus position with its hands tied together. There were small tubes that went from the statue to the man. Naruto looked back at the famous shinobi with blank eyes and then laughed. Madara dropped his sweat when he saw the blonde. For one thing, it was easier for him to believe that the old man was the Shinigami. For another, he thought the man was a pedo, and for a third, he had the Sharingan. Uzumaki, look into my eyes. Naruto looked and saw two eyes, one of which was hidden behind his bang. Naruto had forgotten about those eyes, and he kept telling himself, stupid, over and over again for not seeing them. Naruto stuttered, "S. So you are Madara Uchiha." He looked into the angry, hateful eyes. In a calm voice, Madara said, "Yes, and I have also given you the power of the Uchiha clan." Naruto asked with a hint of excitement, I can awaken the Sharingan." Madara said, "Yes, and you can use the bloodline just like any other Uchiha." Naruto smiled and said, "Cool. You know, old man, you ain't half bad." Naruto smiled his foxy grin. He didn't care anymore because he could get those cool eyes and maybe even do genjutsu. Yes, but young Uzumaki. Tell me, what do you think of this reality?" said Madara. He had to figure out how he was going to get the blonde to help him. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked as the smile on his face faded. What Madara really meant was, "What do you expect from this world?" Naruto replied, "Well, I hope this world is full of love and friendship, and maybe a place where people can understand each other and not fear and hate each other." Madara laughed at the idea. In this world, people don't get what they wish most, and that is a fact. We are subjected to the whims of this reality, that is filled with suffering and hatred. When there is light, there is also darkness. One cannot exist without the other. This world is full of pain and futility. Those are the only things that exist in this reality," said Madara. "There are only winners and losers in this world, along with the selfish desires to create a lasting peace. But there can be no peace when the world is flooded by rage. The selfish desire of peace will only be temporary and war will rise. Hatred is birthed from the protection of love and more hatred will follow after it like vultures. Everything I have said is nexuses, bound together by an unbreakable chain that keeps adding on to its links. The chain cannot be broken for we all wear it. There is nowhere to break the chain. Normally. Some of what you say is true," Naruto said to himself as he turned away from Madara. "I hate this world. I loathe it with every cell in my body. This world is hell and I have been condemned to live in it. Only the powerful decide fate and not the weak. Without strength you will become a slave to those who are. I have cheated death too many times to know that I am strong enough to decide my fate, but still I'll be dead soon, for immortality doesn't truly exist. But even still, the strong can only do so much when compared to the power of the world. Time is every mon's enemy, for it devours all things and nothing remains afterwards. I despise this world with all my being. That's why I want to change it, change what has been fated for this world," spoke of Madara. "I will create a world of peace and love where there is no hatred and no pain." Naruto said, "That sounds wrong." Madara was told, "You will think that way. For now. However, you could have anything you ever wanted in this dream world. I know how you Jinchuriki are treated. Sorry, former Jinchuriki, they saw you as nothing more than a constant reminder of their pain." The Madara clarified. "Let me guess. The villagers, they feared you, hated you, denied you the right to live, the right to love, and they ignored your existence altogether. You were a nobody. Am I correct?" said the shinobi. But Naruto's hair covered his eyes, so he only said, "Well, yes." The angry Uchiha said, "Then those people were stupid. They let their fears control them and their hatred blinded them. As long as there are things in this world that people don't understand, they will always live in terror," ended the Madara. Naruto yelled, "But there are people I still care about." "Like who, fellow clan member, killed you?" Madara asked back. Naruto then started to remember his time with Sasuke, and he was right. Sasuke's anger had taken over him and made him someone who would hurt anyone to get power. "I see that you understand. Even if you try to leave this place, with your power and your weak body, death will come to you quickly," Madara said loudly. Naruto gave up because he knew he was right. Naruto asked, "What would happen in this dream world?" "Anything you ever wanted would come true. You could make people, change landscapes, and even bring the dead back to life," Madara said. Naruto gasped. He could meet his parents and learn who they were. Madara then put chakra into his left eye and said, "Tsukuyomi," in a low voice. After that, Naruto and Madara were taken to a white space. This is how the dream world will look at first. Then Madara started to look different. He looked much younger and healthier. "This is what will happen, it's a genjutsu. However, my eye cannot create this. I require a stronger power in order to create this genjutsu. He asked, what would you need? Because he liked this plan more and more. In order to cast the genjutsu, I or another Mangekyo Sharingan user must cast the Tsukuyomi on the moon. Madara was told. What Madara said didn't bother Naruto. He just said, sounds easy enough. No. If I could just cast Tsukuyomi on the moon, I would have done it already. Replied Madara. The old Uchiha then began to talk about the history of the Jubi, the Rakudo Sennin, and his sons. Naruto understood everything that was said to him and said, I see we need the power of the Jubi as a catalyst so we can cast the Tsukuyomi on the moon. His smart speech surprised Madara. Exactly. However, in order to revive the Jubi, we need to combine the 9 Biju and seal them within the Gedo Mazo, and then one of us would become its Jinchuriki and we'd cast the Genjutsu on the world, forcing everyone into the dreamscape. According to Madara, I have given you my blood which will allow you to control the Gedo Mazo, however you require the Rinnegan to summon it. Naruto and Madara were no longer in the Genjutsu. Uzumaki. I gave you a second chance, so will you repay me someday? Asked Madara. Naruto had sad eyes, and his hair was in front of them. He did nod his head, though. This was the perfect chance to get back at those stupid villagers. So. Now is the time to ask. What is your first name? Said Madara. The blonde Uzumaki took off his mental mask and said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Maelstrom. That's a strong name. A good one too. And do you have any regrets? Spoke to Madara. Naruto looked Madara in the eyes and said, I regret not killing Sasuke Uchiha. But instead of being ocean blue, they were now blood red with 3 tomos surrounding the pupil. The pattern changed into 3 pointed scythes surrounding his red pupil. The eyes almost looked like they were hungry for death, to take lives like Shinigami. The eyes showed the person's soul. The eyes showed the need to harvest life itself. Madara said with a small smile, very well. From today on, you are now my student. Naruto. Today we will commence the Eye of the Moon plan. Stated Naruto. And bring peace to this world. She was crushed. The boy who seemed to have loved her was gone. A certain blonde ball of energy had died not long ago. Not only was she in pain, but so was Hinata. She had a crush on the idiot and never had the guts to tell him, but now she had lost her chance too. She didn't do anything useful. If she were stronger, she could have helped Naruto. But no, she was busy adoring someone who didn't like her. The kid who loved orange and had ocean colored eyes thought she was the center of the world because she couldn't see the obvious truth. But now that he was gone, the village seemed to feel empty and emotionless. A dark gray had covered the village, covering all the color with a dull, lifeless color. There didn't seem to be as much sun shining on the buildings and people, and the light wasn't as warm and soothing to the touch. It wasn't cold either. It was just in the middle. But the warmth she felt around him was almost like being next to the sun. She missed the warmth she felt every day. To be exact, she never felt that way around Sasuke. He was, is, and always will be cold as the moon. The wind was strong and the sun was no longer warm. Cold. Since he left, it rained more often. Died, and the place should have been called the Land of Fire, not the Land of Sad Rain. She understood how a Megakir felt. But why did it rain more than usual? It looked like the sky was crying over the death of someone whose personality was so much like the sky's, happy, carefree, and free. He was like that, all that space and to do everything you could to the best of your ability. He didn't care about the world's rules or laws, so he made his own. No one would yell at him, so he could get away with anything. Sakura sometimes thought he was so lucky not to have parents who would yell at or punish him. But did she really believe that? If she could live in Naruto's world for a week, she might understand how he feels. In the village, people would sometimes say, you can't really understand someone until you walk a mile in their shoes. That sentence really did ring true. Things seemed to be back to normal in the village, but some wounds took a lot longer to heal than others. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the blonde, but Sakura could see that they still had scars. It looked like they hated her for some reason that the Pinkette couldn't figure out. She always wondered why, but she didn't want to find out because she thought it would cost her more than it was worth. Konohamaru was the only person she saw every day who was closer to Naruto than she was. After the orange loving boy died, She would check on the Sarutobi heir to see if he was trying to fix the pain in his heart, but he would always say, "I'm fine," or "just training," making her sad, so she left him alone to deal with his grief on his own. "I will continue his legacy" was the only thing that made her heart race. She felt like there was a chance right around the corner after reading that sentence, but she couldn't stop thinking about it. What should she do? Things that could be great, things that he thought were great. More than anything else, she wanted him to look down and be proud of her and all she had done. She had dreams that she would kill herself and go to the other life to be with him. But would that really make things better? The blonde worked hard to improve the village all the time. He helped orphans, the poor, and the downtrodden by giving them his money and showing that he understood how they felt. Selflessness was one thing she loved about him. He would do almost anything for anyone, and he always helped people, whether they were friends or foes. Even though he was always happy and loud. Something about that always made her laugh. She thought back to when her team did the tree climbing activity and how well she seemed to be able to control her chakra. There must have been something that required such great control, but she was sure she would remember it soon. Tsunade Senju was doing the thing she dreaded the most while sitting at her desk. Doing paperwork, sending missions, and approving D ranks. Things that didn't really matter. She would die for a certain wild blonde to call her Ba Chan, even though she hated that nickname. She let him call her that, though. There was pain inside her, just like everyone else who knew the blonde with the sun on her skin. It was like she had a horrible feeling that wouldn't go away, like a parasite. She loved the orange lover like he was her own son. She had finally found someone special to give her necklace to, but the curse on it had taken the boy away from her. She thought that the stories were true and that the cursed necklace would only accept her as a holder. She should have done more to help him. For example, she could have given him more money or better living conditions. What they saw was that Naruto had made a lot of money from all the missions he did. She heard that he only brought things he needed and rarely spent the money. But he also needed things like love, friends, and family. He didn't pay attention to his own needs while spending his money on other people. He had a lot of cash. He didn't spend much time with his friends, so either he didn't really get to know them or they thought he was a bother and avoided him like everyone else. She thought, he could have found better clothes than that jumpsuit. Naruto gave all the money he got as a shinobi to orphans in the orphanage. But after he died, the money stopped going to the orphans. The matron who runs the place even told her about it, but every time she was asked, she always said, it was signed as anonymous. That kid. Heart of gold, for sure. Someone who was rude was actually a kind spirit, full of good things. He had the purest soul you could ever meet. She thought that he would earn the respect of the village one day, whether it was today or some other day. She looked to the left and picked up a picture. On the way back to Konoha, where she would become Hokage, she saw the blonde with the golden hair. They were both smiling big in the picture while she hugged him. But now that the Uchiha had taken him away, he was like a son to him. She gave her ninja the order to capture him on sight if he ever saw him. She wouldn't kill him because he wouldn't want that, and because they needed the Sharingan, the civilian council and the elders swayed her decision. She scoffed angrily. The councilors thought the Sharingan was an important part of Konoha's power. They also said that since the Sharingan could control the tailed beasts, they didn't even need the Kyuubi. But since Madara Uchiha, there hasn't been a Uchiha who could fully control the power of a Biju, so it wasn't likely. When she heard a knock on the door, Tsunade woke up. She wasn't sure who it was because she had sent Shizune on an important task, so she let the person in. She was shocked to see Sakura Haruno, who works with Naruto. She was lost now. What does she want? The first thing Tsunade thought of when she saw the Pinkette's brown, honey eyes was fangirl. That thought was strengthened when she saw Sakura hug Sasuke like her life depended on it. She also saw Naruto's hurt face when she hugged Sasuke, that little spoiled brat. Tsunade had met and seen a lot of fangirls in her long life. All of them were crazy about their crushes, looks, talents, and how cool someone was. Most of the time, it didn't matter to them, and the person who caught their eye wasn't interested in them. In a way, they were all after mirrors, and Sakura was no different. The girl had probably never seen such a big fangirl before. Aside from the fact that Sasuke was a Uchiha, he wasn't worth much. He was only valuable if he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. When the girl with pink hair spoke, it broke the silence like a stick. Tsunade. Sama. I wish to speak with you. She told me. The woman with the big bust and blonde hair could tell she was nervous because their eyes didn't meet, and the girl's body language looked like she felt guilty. Aside from seeing Sakura with Naruto and a few other times around the village, she hadn't really met her. She would still listen to the girl, though. Tsunade changed into her strong Hokage form, which included a serious face and tough eyes. In a way that only a leader can, she asked, "Do you need anything, Sakura?" Sakura spoke up and said, "Tsunade. Sama, I ask you to take me on as your apprentice." Sakura's heart was racing so fast that it took all of her courage to stand there in front of the woman. What made her agree to this? Why did she go to see the Hokage, who was the leader of her village? She felt like her courage was leaking out like water through a crack. She thought she was going to break at any moment like broken glass. It hurt so much to walk into her office. But she had to prove something that would make everyone, including him, proud of her. That's not how she felt right now. She wanted to be tall and sure of herself like a kunoichi. It really surprised Tsunade. She didn't think this question would come from her. Still, why? She easily understood the request, but there had to be another reason for it. But why her? There were many other tutors in Konoha, and even Kurenai would have been fine. But she learned from the Godem Hokage, who is the strongest woman in the world. It wasn't a coincidence, and that's why she thought it had something to do with someone. Shizune. Tsunade yelled in a strong voice. Her assistant or apprentice ran in through the door carrying several stacks of papers that she had been sent to get and had just come back with. Tsunade knew she was there in some way. "Yes, Tsunade." "Sama?" she asked. She got mad every time her Mazer spoke in this way. Still in her strong voice, she said, "Please bring me the file on Sakura Haruno." Shizune agreed and quickly left the room to get the file. The two kunoichi that were left in the room were as quiet as a grave. Tsunade crossed her fingers and put her hands in front of her face. She was looking at the girl in front of her, and the first thing that came to mind was fangirl, which is the worst thing that could happen to a real kunoichi. Ninjas like this gave the word kunoichi a bad name, which is why they were never taken seriously. Also, she was too skinny and didn't have much muscle. Was she on a diet? Before, Tsunade was looking at Sakura closely.
Sakura didn't know what she was thinking or feeling, but she knew it wasn't good because of the way she was looking at her.
She couldn't give up. She had something to prove, and if she broke down in front of Tsunade, nothing would get done. Shizune brought the folder back to the Hokage's office and gave it to her master. Tsunade told her to leave because what was about to happen had to be done in private. Before opening the folder, Tsunade looked at it carefully. One page had a picture of Sakura after she had just become a genin. She read every word in the file and looked at every page and detail in the folder. Tsunade snapped the flap closed and looked back at the girl in front of her. "Hi, Sakura Haruno. Some things in your files say that. These things really make me unhappy," Tsunade said. Sakura was hurt, but she knew it was true. She would be stupid to lie about it. It reads. Doesn't care about shinobi training and skills. Too caught up in their own feelings, which gets in the way of working together and focusing, Tsunade said. It also has reports on your missions in the preliminary battle for the Chunin exam with Ino Yamanaka. Your mission reports, mostly the ones from when you were a first class citizen and then an A class citizen, go into great detail about how, reliance on teammates when faced with a superior adversary clouded judgment and stayed behind the scenes without participating once in team action to save their sensei who was trapped. So there's the report on your first match against Ino Yamanaka. The words you chose are pathetic. Kurenai Yuhi wrote it. Asuma Sarutobi says she barely has mastery of the basic academy jutsu and showed no other skills other than below average taijutsu. Anko Mitarashi says she is ashamed to all kunoichi and asks, who let her into the academy? Ibiki Morino says it. It was easy for Sakura to see that everything she said was true. She couldn't argue with that. Tsunade told Sakura, but this is not important. As she finished reading the report. Why do you want to become my apprentice? For Tsunade, that was the most important question. Because I want to be a strong kunoichi. And help the Leaf Village and become a great medic. Nin, Sakura said with a cocky air. No. Was the answer Sakura heard. When she looked up, Tsunade was looking at her with pity.
Sakura, tell me the truth, why do you want to hire me? Tsunade asked. I want to become stronger. Sakura gasped at the answer. The Hokage knew she was lying, but she still wants to know the truth. Medical ninjutsu is something I want to learn so I can help people. I know that people die, but that doesn't mean we can't let them live. She began to cry freely. I don't want people like Naruto to die. I want to get strong so that he'll be proud of me. I want my life to have a purpose. I don't want Naruto's death to be for nothing. I want his will to live on through me and everyone else. Please hire me as your apprentice, the genin with pink hair begged. While Tsunade was expecting that answer, seeing Sakura break down in front of her was a lot like when Dan and Nawaki were killed in the Second Shinobi World War. Those two were her life, and when she lost them, a piece of herself went with them. You will be my apprentice from tomorrow on. Don't think it'll be easy on you, though. My training will be tough, Tsunade said in a serious tone. She got herself together and told her new teacher, yes, Tsunade. Sensei, I won't fail you. After that, a new promise was made to a boy with blonde hair. Old man Madara Uchiha was sitting on a wooden throne in the dark and cold. He had a kusarigama in his hand, which he used as a cane, and he was watching his only student Naruto Uzumaki being tortured. Well, it was more like a workout. Naruto's rehabilitation was over a week ago, and now his muscles and internal organs are working properly. The first thing they worked on was his muscles. When Naruto first started, he had a lot of baby fat and not much muscle, which needed to be fixed quickly. Madara knew that the blonde needed to be in top fighting shape so that one day one of his punches could break a stone. So he pushed Naruto to train. The new sensei ripped Naruto's old clothes, so Zetsu brought him new ones after he woke up. His new clothes were a leather vest, pants that looked like Anbu, fingerless leather gloves, and black ninja sandals. When asked where Zetsu got them, the black half didn't answer, but the white half did. It said that the big flower was making even more white Zetsu and that the fake humans could change into other people and buy clothes with fake money. That's how Zetsu got the clothes, and no one asked any more questions. Surprisingly, Madara knew a little about Fuinjutsu. Right away, he made Naruto gravity seals that would make him faster, stronger, and bigger. It was a good plan. Madara could already see the results of the tour. Training he had Naruto do. There was a faint buildup of muscle where Naruto had planned to make muscles that would one day be as hard as wood. Madara got to know the hyperactive blonde over the course of a week, and he was interesting. Even after taking off the psychological mask, Naruto still had some of his old habits. He had a strange obsession with ramen, which he called the food of the gods, and he liked the color orange, even though Madara told him it was stupid and pointless, and the two of them argued for hours about whether orange was or wasn't a stoopy. But now Naruto was quiet and shy. He never complained, not to Madara or anyone else, and he smiled less. It also looked like Naruto was really angry at the people of Konoha, which was what the old Uchiha wanted. One great thing about Naruto now was that he was a perfectionist who wouldn't stop learning until he fully understood it, which made Madara think of himself. But the most amazing thing about his student was that he had so much untapped potential. It was like a wall of sticks was stopping a big flood. You didn't need the Sharingan to see it, it was there even without the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He was glad Zetsu brought him the boy. He now had a powerful weapon to carry on his legacy and will and finish what he had been planning for years. But one thing that bothered him was how bad the shinobi of today were. The elites couldn't catch a boy with blonde hair wearing an orange jumpsuit in the middle of the day. He was now thinking about whether to teach Naruto how to control elements. But before he could do that, he had to find out what kind of chakra Naruto had. If he was going to use the boy, he was going to make him as strong as possible because he wasn't able to do much right now. Many things about Naruto reminded Madara of his younger brother Izuna. They were both determined and quiet, and they were both focused and quick. Thinking when they fought. But one thing about the blonde that surprised Madara was how sneaky Naruto was. The boy was sneaky and sneaky. Madara compared him to a fox, which was funny since he was a container for a huge orange fox with 9 tails. Maybe that's where he got his love of orange. But this talent would definitely come in handy in the future. Madara never knew what Naruto was planning because he was hiding behind a wall of words, but she had a feeling that Naruto was making plans. And speaking of foxes, it looked like Naruto was able to keep his amazing healing abilities. The future, Madara thought. The ancient Uchiha knew he didn't have much time left, even though he was still connected to the statue that was keeping him alive. The statue would stop giving him chakra in 3.5 years. But Madara couldn't help but think about the Kyuubi attack. The beast was sealed in the boy by the Yondaime Hokage, so why would the fox attack the village when it had the chance to escape and be free? By attacking the village, it had another chance to be sealed again, so someone had to be controlling it. It couldn't have been his enemy Hashirama, since he was dead and Zetsu told him he was sealed. Is it possible that it was someone else? Shut up! Yelled Madara sharply. In a few minutes, he could see the Venus flytrap open up and reveal his head. He asked the black half, yes. Why did Madara call for him? The last time he came to see Naruto, he gave him new clothes. Find out everything you can about the Kyuubi attack 13 years ago, and see what could have caused it and who was controlling it. Told Madara. The white half didn't understand why he should care about the Kyuubi attack, but the black half did. Before the white half spoke up, the black half said, I'll check it out. Oh, and here are the papers you wanted. Happy to see you, the white said as it gave Madara the papers and sank into the ground. Madara looked at the papers and said, yes, they're perfect. Hi, Naruto. Called Madara. Naruto stopped doing his 924th push-up and stared at his sensei with interest. Madara called him over and started to talk about the natures and affinities of chakra. Naruto is. Madara said, you see this in my hand. Naruto just looked at the papers. What was so important about them? They were just papers. He answered blankly, pieces of paper. This was another new thing about him after taking off the mask. Naruto had no feelings anymore, or he just never showed them. Madara thought it was the latter. Yeah and no. Madara said, these are chakra papers, but Naruto didn't seem to agree. These papers come from a tree that is filled with chakra and grows from it. These papers can tell you which of the basic elements you are most like. There is fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each has its own pros and cons, as well as unique connections with the others. Naruto just nodded, knowing that these papers were pretty interesting. Now. I'm pretty sure that you have a connection to fire because my blood flows through you, Madara said. Wait, sensei, Naruto asked, getting the old man's attention. How can these papers tell what chakra nature you have? Before he gave Naruto one of the papers, Madara held on to another one and said, like this. He then channeled a small amount of chakra into the paper. Half of it caught fire and turned to ash, and the other half split in half. You see, Naruto, this paper is sensitive to chakra, and when you channel even the smallest amount, something will happen. Is my paper still somewhere out there? Naruto was thinking about what he had seen. The first half of your paper caught fire and turned to ash. The second half then split in half. That's right, which means I have two affinities. Fire and wind. Naruto just nodded. At least his teacher knew how to use fire jutsu. 5 things will happen to your paper to find out your affinity. If your affinity is fire like mine, the paper will catch fire. If your affinity is wind like mine, it will also cut in half. If your affinity is water, it will get wet. If your affinity is earth, it will crumble into dust. And if your affinity is lightning, it will wrinkle. But my main affinity is fire because it was the first to appear, Madara said. Naruto agreed and looked at his paper. He focused his chakra on it, and 3 things happened. First, the paper tore in half. Of the 2 halves that were left, one burned and turned into ash, and the other got wrinkled. Madara looked at the paper and said, it looks like you have 3 affinities, Naruto. They are wind, fire, and lightning. This was a rare occurrence, and all 3 seemed to be natural. Cool. When are we going to start manipulating elements? Asked Naruto, who was tired of working out all the time. Madara told her, you don't. What? Why am I doing all these hard exercises? Naruto asked himself. But I have the Sharingan, I can just guess when my enemies are going to attack. He didn't notice Madara's wrinkled hand coming at him and aiming for his head. A loud slap was heard as Madara's hand hit the back of Naruto's head. Do not question your master. Yelled Madara. The blonde was on the ground holding the back of his head. This was the first time Naruto had been rude to Madara, and he then said something stupid. You old goat, I just did you. Madara got a few raised eyebrows. He didn't mind being called old,
but an old goat was something he didn't like. He grabbed his kusarigama and hit Naruto several times on the blunt end while Naruto kept saying, "Ow ow, I'm sorry, ow ow." Around this time, Zetsu retuned and saw something rather funny. Madara was hitting Naruto with the blunt side of his kusarigama. The hits didn't really hurt Naruto, but he didn't want to be hit by an old man because it was hurting his reputation. Madara was rarely this active, so the two halves laughed at the scene. Madara disciplined the old Uchiha for a few minutes, and then he sat back down in his throne. Like chair. "Naruto, there is a limit to the Sharingan," Madara said, getting Naruto's attention. "Just because we can see all of our opponent's movements doesn't mean we can always stop them. You must train your body to be able to handle every threat, and the Sharingan will be your tool to further overwhelm them. Because even if you can follow their movements, your body won't be able to keep up with them," Madara explained. "That's why I gave you weight seals to make your attacks faster and stronger, and the other exercises to make you stronger and more durable." He should have told Naruto that at the start so he could understand. Naruto said in a low voice, "You could have just said at the beginning." Madara said, "I wanted you to figure it out." But Naruto was shocked when he heard that. "I want you to be able to figure these things out yourself, for if you are going to deploy the Eye of the Moon plan, then you will face powerful opponents like the Cages." Made clear Madara. "Go train again, or do you want me to hit you again?" Madara asked with a mean look in his eye. Naruto said, "Yes," and then went back to training. Zetsu was in front of Madara. The former leader of the Uchiha said, "That didn't take long." Zetsu just stood there and stared at the person who made it. "That's because of what I found was quite interesting." "And what did you find?" Madara asked, giving his subordinate a raised gray eyebrow. A note from the Yondaime Hokage to the Sandaime saying a person claiming to be Madara Uchiha took control of the Kyuubi and attacked the village. The village has become quite lazy if it can be infiltrated so easily. "But back to the Kyuubi attacker," said Zetsu. "Impossible. I was sitting right here 13 years ago, and even then my body was not like it was. I couldn't be able to extract the Kyuubi and attack the Konohagakure with the Boyd I have now," cried Madara. "Some Uchiha is impersonating me, a copycat. We need to find this person and kill him. He could be a threat to me in my plans, he could ruin everything." Zetsu said, and I did just that. Zetsu always seemed to make him happier. "Whoever had attacked the village has been manipulating the Akatsuki, through the guise of Madara Uchiha. Although I couldn't place a name, I have found out that he has ensnared Nagato, and has ordered him to collect the biju to seal in the statue." When Zetsu spoke, Madara thought about how someone was getting Nagato to follow the exact same plan he had come up with. Either this person was a great copycat or he liked using a name that wasn't his own. But he was having an effect on the only other person who could call the old statue to life. Madara's piece. "When the time is right, I'll have Naruto deal with the impersonator because I can't anymore. I would love to use the infinite Tsukuyomi, but this person is controlling my pawns, and that's one thing I hate. People who get involved in other people's business. The Eye of the Moon plan was my idea, and it will only be used by me or my heir, Naruto. This person who wants to be Madara must be eliminated." Madara lied darkly. It's been 2 months since Madara learned about the person who planned the Kyuubi attacks. He then told Naruto that he hoped to make him even more loyal to him, and it worked like a charm. Naruto became even more devoted and loyal to Madara, telling him that he would kill the fake Madara who had made his life a living hell because he was the source of all the hatred and loneliness Naruto had ever felt. Soon, he would be able to kill the real Madara with mutual hatred. But something was missing. While taking a break from working out, Naruto thought, the fake Madara was behind the attack on the village. He may have even had a hand in the Uchiha massacre. The village hates me because of him, but the Yondaime Hokage also played a part in that. But it's possible that the fake Madara killed my parents. The Naruto yelled, "Zetsu!" The plant man was the only one who could find out who his parents were. When Zetsu got up from the ground, you could only see his upper body. And Zetsu asked, "Yes, Naruto?" This was the first time the blonde asked the black man for something. "I want you to run a DNA test at the Konoha hospital by infiltrating the village to find out who my parents were." Naruto spoke quickly. Zetsu was shocked because he hadn't seen that coming. "Okay, but first, I will need some of your blood so I can compare it to anyone in the Leaf Village." According to Zetsu. The next hour, they started drawing blood. They watched as the small container filled up with red liquid, getting ready for the test at the hospital. The plant thing said, "I'll be back in a few hours." Konoha was at night, and everything was quiet. Even in the hospital, not a single person was moving. Zetsu changed into a different form from the ground in the middle of the reception area. The strong sensor in black Zetsu let him feel the signatures of everyone in the hospital. Other than the patients, he could feel nothing else in the hospital. The white version told the black version, "Did you know that Naruto hates hospitals?" "Yes," was all it said. "Oh come on, I wanted to surprise you." They found their way to a certain wing of the hospital and found many things there, such as machines used to scan DNA and other things. The white person asked, "Oh, this is the place, right?" They got out the hospital equipment they would need for the procedure and said, "No shit." Zetsu didn't have any fingerprints, so it wouldn't leave any. Zetsu pressed keys on the computer keyboard and typed away. Then, it looked at the DNA results of Naruto and his parents to try to figure out who they were. The first picture that showed up was of a pretty woman with red hair, violet eyes, and a round face. White Zetsu said, "Oh, she's pretty. This is Naruto's mother. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki, birthday, July 10th, blood type, B, Jonin, status, deceased," said Black Zetsu. White Zetsu expressed his happiness by saying, "Oh poor Naruto. Time for the father quick, quick." The second picture showed a handsome man with blonde hair that was spiked and blue eyes. White Zetsu was shocked to learn that Naruto's father was the Yondaime Hokage. The fake person could now understand why Yondaime would keep the Kyuubi inside his son. Why did they not see it before? Minato Namikaze, birthday, January 25th, blood type, B, Cage, status, deceased, said Black Zetsu. Now this is a surprising turn of events. Who should we tell first, Naruto or Madara? Black Zetsu said, "Let's tell them both." White Zetsu said, "Oh, I can't wait to see how Naruto deals with this." The fly trap man turned into the ground, but not before getting rid of all the signs that it was there. White Zetsu said, "Wait. There's more." Zetsu looked at the new information that showed up on the computer screen. It looked for other relatives, but since Naruto's parents didn't have any siblings, it started with his grandparents and great grandparents right away. The black half asked, "What do we have here?" Over Konohagakure, the sun was shining brightly, birds were singing, rivers were running, leaves were rustling in the wind, and two crazy people in green jumpsuits were yelling about the power of youth. The sun was shining, which doesn't happen very often these days, but it wasn't getting warm. Sakura Haruno was going to the Yamanaka flower ship. The village looked like it was having the best time ever. She wasn't even happy that she was Tsunade's apprentice. She didn't know why. But Sakura was just normal. She hoped to find the answer to her question, but only in time. She could now see the flower shop and her best friend Ino Yamanaka looking at her nails for the 17th time that day behind the register. Sakura sighed as she looked at the picture. Some people never changed. Ino did that all the time when they were younger. When she opened the door to the flower shop in Yamanaka, she heard the doorbell. Her best friend walked in and woke Ino up from her sleep. The platinum blonde said, "Hey Sakura." "Hey, Ino." Sakura said back. To begin a conversation with the pinkette, Ino said, "So I heard the news." The girl asked, "What's the news?" Not long ago, word got out that a certain genin with pink hair had become the apprentice of the Godem Hokage, Tsunade Senju. Ino said this in an informative way. "But those have to be rumors, since they never said anything about your massive forehead in it." "What you say, Ino? Pig." Sakura screamed, her form lit up with flames of female rage. Ino clenched her teeth together and said, "You heard what I said, billboard." Brow. Their noses were only a few inches apart, and they looked like they were about to rip each other a new one. Until Kiba came in. With a happy smile on his face, Kiba said, "Hey Sakura, hey Ino." He had no idea what huge beasts were in front of him. Both of them yelled, "Get the fuck out, Kiba," at the same time as they threw flower bouquets at him. Which, despite the laws of physics, threw him out into the street, leaving a trail of blood on his lip and his eyes wide and white. He felt like a mountain had just hit him while a donkey kicked him in the gut. It was just not his day today. At the same time, Shikamaru turned the corner and saw Kiba lying on the ground, unconscious. He had a big bump on his head, a trail of blood at the corner of his lip, and what looked like broken ribs. Shikamaru looked to his right and saw Ino and Sakura arguing. They were yelling and calling each other names like they were crazy banshees. When Shikamaru stepped over Kiba and continued on his way, he said, "Troublesome." A person who thought that women were naturally sensitive must have been stupid at the time. I really don't want to make my mom mad because she's already too dangerous. Now let's go back to Sakura and Ino. You are so lucky, Sakura, I mean being apprenticed to the Tsunade of the Sannin. Do you know how many women would kill or maim for that position? Said Ino. Sakura said, I know, but I'm not doing this for myself or anyone else. Ino was shocked by what Sakura said. Why is she being so rude? But why not for yourself or anyone else? Ino asked. She turned her head to look at the ground. People told Ino that it was very painful to talk about and not okay to do around her. Sakura said in a sad voice, I'm doing it because I promised. Choosing to not talk about it. So far, Ino has asked a different question about her best friend. Okay, Sakura, what kind of flowers would you like today? She asked Ino in a sincere voice, may I have some white roses? White roses are beautiful. They represent love, passion, memory, happiness, and passion. You made a good choice, Ino said as she tied a bunch of white roses together. Ino asked, so who's the lucky guy that has your eye? Because he knew this would make for good gossip. Sakura said in a low voice, they're for Naruto. Ino let out a loud gasp because she knew she had just stepped on something she shouldn't have. After saying that, Sakura left the shop, and Ino watched her go. Sakura wasn't close to Naruto, but Ino felt the same way. She felt bad about all the times she made fun of him and punched him. As much as she wanted to take those words back and say she was sorry, she felt bad about being mean to him. Her mother told her to be mean to him, but her father told her not to, knowing something she didn't. The walk to the graveyard was quick and quiet. Sakura was in a trance because she was thinking about all the things she wanted to do with her blonde teammate, but they could never happen. There were other people at the cemetery when she got there, so she went over to Naruto's grave.
You could also see Hinata standing there.
In school, everyone could tell that Hinata liked Naruto, but Naruto was so stupid that he didn't notice. They went up to the tombstone and put the white roses in front of it. Hinata didn't seem to notice that she was there. When Hinata heard that Naruto had died, she didn't cry, yell, or point the finger at anyone. Instead, she shut down and stopped caring about anyone. For a few minutes, there was silence. Hinata may have left the cemetery to give Sakura some time to herself or just because she felt like it. She decided to say what was on her mind now that they were by themselves. She began by saying, Hey Naruto. Kun. She smiled as she thought of the good times she had with the blonde. I came to visit again and I brought flowers. Ino says hello. I went to Tsunade Sama today and I asked if she could take me one as her student. And she said yes. I'm going to mainly be training in medical ninjutsu and possibly Tsunade Sama's incredible strength. I want you to know that. I'll come by once a week if I can, just to talk, you know? She laughed briefly. I really miss you. I miss your smile, that awful jumpsuit you always wore, your rivalry with Sasuke, and that loud voice of yours, she said with a smile as she named some of Naruto's traits. Just so you know, I'm sorry how I treated you. I never really bothered to get to know you, though now I wish I had. She tried to find more words to say but was out. I'll come by again next week, okay? Bye Naruto. She said that. She slowly walked out of the cemetery, but not before giving the headstone a sadness-filled look. However, she didn't notice Kakashi standing nearby, watching everything. This made him feel even worse about what he had done. He thought that Naruto would never be with someone who loved him because of him. He also thought that he might have stopped a future life from growing. And if Kakashi had to pick a top regret, it would be Naruto's death. When he got to the gravestone, he just stood there and stared at it. He didn't say anything. He stood there still and silent for hours, not thinking about anything but the memories of his time with his sensei's son. He felt like he had spent enough time at the cemetery, so he left while saying a silent prayer for his student. But a loud voice woke him up from his thoughts. A voice yelled, Kakashi, my eternal rival, today we must bathe in the springtime of your youth.
He looked like he was going to do another one of Guy's challenges today. Guy was going to bother him until he did one of his challenges, and he felt down in the dumps. Once more. Tsunade was doing the worst thing for cages while sitting at her desk. Stuff to do. She opened her drawer and took out a bottle of sake that she had bought for herself. She knew Shizune would scold her for drinking at work, but it didn't bother her because she wanted alcohol and drinking was her favorite thing to do. Plus, she could deal with Shizune and her mean tongue whenever she wanted. The woman took a drink and leaned back in her chair, enjoying the position and the taste of the liquor in her mouth. Nothing could disturb her peace and quiet at this moment. Everyone's emotional wounds seemed to have healed after the death of her favorite blonde, but some were still open. As soon as she took another sip, one of her Anbu agents knelt down in front of her, making her spit out her drink. Hokage. Sama, there was a breach in security of the village less than 24 hours ago. Told the Anbu. She lost her temper and then quickly calmed down by yelling, "What?" She asked, "How did this happen?" Less than half an hour ago, a Chunin stationed at the hospital searched over the video recordings last night and he found the intruder on the video strolling through the hospital. This person was wearing a black cloak, emblazoned with red clouds. The Anbu agent continued. The Akatsuki. She wondered what they would want with the hospital. Bird, was there anything else that the camera feeds picked up? The Anbu agent, whose name had been changed to Bird, said. After the Chunin reported the disturbance to the Anbu, a team was sent over to study what was found, but what we found should only be for your eyes only, Hokage. Sama. Said the Bird. Tsunade thought about what she had to do. Get me Shizune, Shikaku, Kakashi and Jiraiya, knowing the pervert he could be at the hot springs. Tsunade was told. The Bird yelled, at once. And then vanished in a cloud of leaves. Tsunade stood up from her desk and began walking to the hospital. When she got there, a group of Anbu members were already there to greet her. For her safety, they bowed and took her to the room where all the hospital tapes were kept. Shizune and Taunton, her master's pet pig, were already waiting for her when she walked into the room. Shikaku Nara gave her a nod. She thought Kakashi would be late, but Jiraiya wasn't here until the door opened behind her and Jiraiya walked in with a serious look on his face. Okay, Haim, what was so important that it had to get in the way of my research? Jiraiya, who was annoyed by the situation, asked. Tsunade put a tick mark on her forehead when she heard the sexy words. He was still focused on writing that weird garbage after Naruto died. The village had been infiltrated during the night. We're soon going to look at the footage, but I want Kakashi here for this. Tsunade said this as her anger over the Toad Sennin started to fade. Shizune, Shikaku, and Jiraiya were shocked and worried. Konohagakure was one of the hardest places to sneak into. It was just as hard to get in as a Megakure in their security. The sensory barrier around Konoha was so strong that you had to be very good at sneaking past it. But it was almost impossible to walk in with a black cloak that had red clouds on it without drawing attention to yourself. That was different when Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki came into the village to look for Naruto. Itachi used to be captain of the Konoha Anbu, so he knew how to get around the village's defenses. Kisame, on the other hand, had killed daimyos in other countries and gotten away, so he was at least very good at sneaking around. After an hour, Kakashi still hadn't shown up. Tsunade got a checkmark for being late. After another hour, Tsunade got another checkmark for Kakashi being 2 hours late. The third hour had passed, and Tsunade had 3 tick marks on her face. It was throbbing badly, and she was really mad. When the door opened, Kakashi was reading that stupid orange shit. He said, "Yo," and smiled at the other 3 people in the room, but they didn't respond with a hello. Instead, Tsunade punched him in the face. Luckily it wasn't chakra. Infused. Even though Kakashi got up and cleaned up, he was still shocked when Tsunade attacked him out of the blue. Since things had been tense between the two Sannin and Kakashi, Jiraiya tried to calm things down by saying, "Now that we're all here, let's get Kakashi up to speed." He then cleared his throat and spoke to Kakashi because it would be better if he did it instead of Tsunade. Over the night, the Leaf Village was infiltrated by an unknown assailant. Who they are and how they got in still remains a mystery as they penetrated through the sensory barrier with relative ease. However, they weren't really careful when they arrived here at the hospital where we caught them on the building's video surveillance, but what we do know is that the assailant was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. For now, they had Kakashi's full attention. If it had anything to do with the Akatsuki, it wasn't good.
Shizune pressed a few keys on the keyboard to turn on the monitor and choose the tape that had been recorded. The reception area was the first thing they saw when the picture came to life. Then something that looked like a Venus flytrap began to change shape from the ground up until it was a full body. The black cloak and red clouds were as clear as day. Shizune and Taunton both groaned and said, "The Chunin was right. It is the Akatsuki." Taunton agreed with Shizune when he said, "But what could the Akatsuki want with this hospital? It's not special in any way." But they already accessed the village when they were looking for Naruto, but those were Itachi and that other ninja Kisame. Why would another Akatsuki agent come here again, and there's something not right here? Said Shikaku. All eyes were on him, even the hogs. What Jiraiya? Sama was able to find out about the Akatsuki, says that they work in pairs, so where is his partner? Shikaku asked, pointing to Zetsu on the screen. This is starting to get more confusing by the second, none of this information gives us something to go on. But Shizune's right, why the hospital? Tsunade said this as she rubbed her head. This made everyone pay attention. Maybe it's not the hospital that interests them. Before he could speak again, a new voice came in. Maybe it has nothing to do with the hospital at all, or whatever they need to do is within the building. Soon after, everyone in the room turned their attention to the door, frowns began to appear. An old man with black, spiky hair stood in front of the doorway. He was mostly covered in bandages, especially around his right eye and right arm, which was leaning on a cane. Jiraiya growled, "Danzo." The darkness of the shinobi stood in front of everyone, and no one could read his expressionless face. He was with the Hokage's two other advisors. They are Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain. Shikaku asked, "What are you doing here?" His body was tense, but it was always tense when he was near Danzo. "We received a message that the village had been infiltrated by an agent of the Akatsuki. Homura told us." Koharu asked, "Is this true, Tsunade?" "Yes," Tsunade answered, her discomfort and anger radiating from her. And Danzo said, "Then you have also made yet another mistake in judgment about the safety of Konoha." The scowls got even bigger. "First, the Sharingan abandons the village, and not a day after we lose our weapon, the Jinchuriki and now a wanted group of missing ninja are now able to waltz freely from within and out our village." "Those things were not her fault," Shikaku said in defense. "It was the Uchiha's own choice to leave the village, and it was his choice to kill Naruto, and we have no idea about the capabilities of the rest of the Akatsuki." Darno didn't seem scared, but he knew he couldn't win this fight right now. 7 people in the room turned their attention back to the screen. The plant-like thing opened up to show a man who was half black and half white, with green hair on one side. "Weird," Homura said. "At the very least, this person looked strange." But being half-colored wasn't the strangest thing about Homura. The part that looked like a flytrap was. The black and white man was followed through the hospital to a certain wing. When he got there, Shizune and Tsunade knew right away that it was the room where all the blood tests and other things that involve blood are done. The plant thing then took out a small vial of red liquid and scanned what was inside it into the computer screen. What next showed up shocked everyone. It was a picture of Kushina Uzumaki, also known as the Red Hot Habanero. Not being able to hear what the person said was because the video doesn't record sound. They stopped the monitor once more and chose to talk. "What makes the Akatsuki want Kushina? Is she dead?" asked Jiraiya. "Maybe it had to be the fact that she was the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi," replied Shikaku. Later, Shikaku found out about this from Jonin, the head of the village. Tsunade also knew because she was the Hokage, and she also told Jiraiya and Shizune. Tsunade bit her finger and said, "No, it's something else." But what? As they played the tape some more, they saw something else that shocked them. The screen showed a picture of Minato Namikaze. "Okay, that's it, I give up. What do the Akatsuki want with dead people?" Someone yelled at Tsunade, "The puzzle pieces don't fit together. This makes no sense." Tsunade looked at a picture of her predecessor, who had been Jiraiya's student. It was crazy that no one knew Naruto was Minato's son. I mean, the kid looked just like the man, but younger. That's all, Naruto. "Jiraiya, Kakashi, do you think this has some connection to Naruto?" said Tsunade. "No, nothing comes to mind. Naruto is dead. I don't see why the Akatsuki are interested with him now since the Kyuubi's chakra has dispersed," Kakashi replied.
Same here, Haim, but I don't see why the Akatsuki would care about Naruto's parentage. They wouldn't care if he was Kami's kid. This doesn't make any sense. He said this while running his hand through his hair. After seeing the rest of the video, things were the same as before. In fact, watching the video made things even more unclear. There were questions that needed to be answered, but only the Akatsuki knew the answers. Everyone in the room left, except for Jiraiya, who kept staring at the monitor in front of him. He didn't understand why Minato and Kushina were there or what they had to do with anything the Akatsuki planned. The Great Toad Sage was thinking about whether to tell Jiraiya that Naruto is still alive at Myobokuzen. His mind had been going back and forth for hours over whether to tell him or not. But in his prophecy, he said that the world would either have a great savior or a great destroyer. But it wasn't up to him to decide which would happen. He finally chose to keep the information from Jiraiya until it was really needed. He was just observing, all that is, watching as nature works its magic. He would, however, tell Jiraiya the new information he had learned. Something that would decide the next steps for the world. A toad sage of Myokuzen called out, "Hey you old geezer, wake up. M.A. You shouldn't use such an insulting title for the honorable sage," yelled at Fukasaku, who was another sage of the Maze Mountain. "Shut up, you old snot. Dinner is cold because we've been sitting here for hours. Being a housewife isn't easy, you know," he yelled. "Shima. Dusty bag, stop calling me an old fart." Fukasaku shot back, "And who cares about dinner? I'm interested. The reason being I'm the one cooking." The two old toads got into a fight, which caught the attention of the honorable sage. The elder said, now, spouses shouldn't fight." The elder toad was being watched by the two small toads who were dying. "Please summon Jiraiya here as soon as you can, there is something I must tell him." The other two toads were shocked that the old one wanted to talk to Jiraiya again. Fukasaku then used the right hand signs to call someone backwards. Fukasaku yelled, "Gyaku Kachiyose no Jutsu," and slammed his hand on the ground, making a bunch of symbols appear on it. When smoke came out, it showed Jiraiya's shape. The Sannin was shocked. He had not expected to be back at Myobokuzen. Jiraiya asked, "Fukasaku Sama?" "Jiraiya Chan, the Great Lord Elder, wishes to speak with you." Fukasaku said that. He turned around and looked at the Great Elder. Shima yelled, "Will you hurry up? I want to have dinner." At this point, everyone knew how annoyed she was. "Ah, now that we are here. Who are you again?" the elder said. This seemed to make everyone feel down. Shiam yelled, "Jiraiya. Jiraiya." She was eager to finish this and start making dinner. "Yes, Jiraiya." The wise man said, "I've called you here because I had another vision. Another prophecy. I asked Jiraiya, what did you see? Anything else that was seen could be good or bad. I saw a huge, unpleasant animal in my dream." The wise man said, "It made countries, sucked up oceans, split the land, carried mountains, and with its breath, caused hurricanes. Just being there will scare everyone, but this thing is part of nature, and nature is part of it." He was scared because this beast didn't sound very nice to him. "This beast will come to our world soon, and with it probably our destruction. It is the harbinger of the end days. When you hear its howl you will know that it has come," said the wise man. This made everyone in the room sad, which was not a good way to begin a prophecy. "But there was someone else in my dream," the wise old man said. "Who?" Jiraiya asked very carefully. He had to find this person or the world might end. "I don't know, this being was obscured to me," the wise man replied. "But this person was forged from darkness and fire, bears the scars of the winds of war and the tides of sorrow hammer against him, he carries the hatred of 1,000 men and the love of none. He holds up the pillars of the earth and his power sparks hope and fear in the world. He will rise and subjugate the beast." Jiraiya felt better when he heard who the sage said they were. "But," was the only word that seemed to wake Jiraiya up. The sage said, "When he does enslave the beast, he will either bring salvation or despair, depending on which path he takes." The beast opened its eyes and looked at Jiraiya. "To unearth this person you must stare into the eyes of the abyss and shadows. And it will find you. Is that it?" Jiraiya asked. The wise man said, "Yes, that's it. But Jiraiya, this person may be an even greater threat than the beast." After hearing those words, Jiraiya was sent back to where he was called. He found himself in the office of the Hokage. Tsunade was startled when he suddenly came back. Tsunade yelled, "Jiraiya, what happened? Where did you go?" The bright light made Jiraiya shy away. After that, he told her everything the wise man had told him about the big beast and the fire person. A great beast that swallows oceans and a man that bears the scars of the winds of war. Tsunade didn't understand. "Jiraiya, do you think this animal is the Kyuubi?" Tsunade asked. "No, I don't think so, Haim. I believe that this beast is even a greater threat than the Kyuubi," replied Jiraiya. "And what of this mysterious person? The one with eyes like the abyss?" Tsunade asked. "I don't know, Haim, this is all that I was given. I'm just as perplexed as you are," Jiraiya said. Tsunade's attention was caught when Jiraiya said, "But the elder warned me about something." His voice was stern as he said that this person might be even more dangerous than the beast. Both of them sat in the room in silence. In the dark, Madara and Naruto were in the dark hovel. Madara was sleeping because he's old. Naruto was taking a break and sleeping soundly. Until Madara stood up and hit him in the head with the blunt end of his kusarigama. "Ow! What the heck was that for?" Naruto yelled. "We are now going to begin the first part of your true training, Naruto. We are going to begin elemental manipulation," Madara told us. Naruto was excited about this because he was tired of working out all the time. "I believe that your physical body had adjusted well to all the exercises." Naruto stood up and took off his black vest. He was right. Naruto had a good body now. He wasn't too muscular, but he also wasn't as thin as a twig either. He was lean and fit, which was perfect. Madara finally looked at Naruto's necklace. In the middle was a green crystal, and on either side were two other things. It was something Madara had seen before. As Madara spoke, Naruto. He put on his sensei's black vest again and then turned to look at him. Madara asked, "Where did you get that necklace?" When Naruto looked down, he saw the necklace around his neck. "I won it in a bet, from the old woman who hides behind a genjutsu to make herself look young," Naruto replied. "Tell me. I wish to know. Did that necklace belong to the first Hokage?" asked Madara. Not sure what to say, Naruto said, Yeah, it did." Madara didn't answer, but he was thinking of a good idea. "Doesn't matter. Naruto, since we have discovered that you have 3 chakra natures, all of which are natural, we are going to start with the one I am most familiar with. Fire release." When the old Uchiha tapped his scythe or cane, a white Zetsu appeared out of nowhere. The white Zetsu got down on its knees in front of Madara like a devoted dog that would do what it was told. The old Uchiha raised his kusarigama and sent chakra into it. He then cut off the white Zetsu's head, and it turned into a tree. "These Zetsus are basically clones made of the first Hokage's DNA. I channeled my yang chakra through my scythe and used the Hin no Jutsu, flying swallow jutsu, simultaneously. That's why this dead Zetsu turned into a tree when it came in contact with my yang chakra," Naruto said. "I don't understand." Yet Madara was ready for this. "Let me explain. In this world, people can use 2 different kinds of chakra. Yin chakra and yang chakra," Madara explained. Yin chakra is making imagination into reality and is the spiritual energy that is talked about. While yang chakra is breathing life into form and it is the physical energy. "I see, so when you killed the clone, you breathed life into it, then it became a tree," stated Naruto. "Exactly, my young apprentice. But let's get back to the original reason why I killed this Zetsu. It had a leaf on one of its branches, which Madara picked up and held in his hands. In order to strengthen your fire jutsus, you must be able to take fire manipulation to the highest level. In order to do this, you must be able to convert a certain amount of chakra into fire, and burn this leaf fully. After that, Madara picked 2 more leaves. For wind and lightning you must do the same, however each element has different personalities, you could say, for usually our chakra nature is taken right out of our general personalities. So what is the personalities of fire, wind and lightning?" said Naruto. "For fire, imagine your chakra as a ball, then compress the ball and release all that energy at once. Although I don't have lightning nature, I can still teach it to you. For lightning, imagine your chakra as fast streaks arcing about at irregular intervals. And for wind, cut your chakra in 2 and then grind them together like sharpening a blade. You're quite lucky, Naruto. The Naruto asked, why? The three natures we have talked about happen to be the most offensive and combative elements of the five basic natures, pointed out Madara. He coughed a little after the word. Zetsu calls them the triple threat. Naruto asked, but won't I need to learn any defensive jutsu? Madara made it clear, that's why we have the Susanoo. The Naruto asked, Susanoo? It's when you use both Amaterasu and the Tsukuyomi at the same time, creating the perfect defense. Made use of Madara. Now start you fire manipulation training. Or do you require some more discipline? Naruto said yes, and he was about to start training when Zetsu walked up to them. That's why Madara asked, Zetsu? Hello. This is great, you two aren't taking your naps, so now we can tell each other what we have discovered. White Zetsu said with a smile. The angry Madara yelled, spit it out already. When Naruto thought about his master, he asked himself, is this guy bipolar? What we have discovered is quite entertaining. Zetsu said. From inside his robe, Zetsu pulled out 2 folders and gave Naruto one. Naruto opened the folder and saw a lovely woman with violet eyes and red hair. He asked, who is she? Wow, this woman was so beautiful. Zetsu said, that is your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto let out a gasp and his eyes grew wide. When he looked at the folder again, he saw some similarities between them, like how their faces and eyes were shaped. There's more. Once we infiltrated the hospital, I allowed myself to be viewed by the security surveillance, where later the Hokage and several high-ranking shinobi went to watch the tape. And I discovered something. At this point, Naruto became interested. It turns out that your mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before you. After giving it some thought, Madara said, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe when your mother was carrying you within her womb, you subconsciously absorbed or inherited some of the Kyuubi's chakra, resulting in those whisker marks. Madara went on. This could present ourselves with an opportunity to fuel the Geto Mazo with the Kyuubi's chakra, yet it could cause you to lose your startling recuperative powers and other powers you inherited. Naruto was taking it all in. His mother was holding the Kyuubi in front of him, and they now had the chance to move the Eye of the Moon plan forward, but it would cost him all the powers the Kyuubi gave him. The folder also said that his mother had died. Nobody could finish their thought when Zetsu spoke. Yes, but that's not the most surprising thing. It's who your father is that's the most surprising. Zetsu then gave Naruto the other folder he knew about. Naruto opened the folder that was in his hand. His life was turned upside down when he got that bump. A picture of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, was right there in the folder. Naruto asked in a cold voice, is this my? Zetsu replied, yes. He looked at the picture of his dad for a long time. He was filled with a lot of different emotions, but the main ones were anger, rage, hostility, and hatred. Madara was carefully watching his student. He then looked at the plant man's hands and saw that he had 4 more folders in them. Come back to Naruto. Naruto sent chakra to his right eye without even realizing it. That's where the pattern of his Mangekyo began to form. His 3-pointed scythe pattern could be seen in his eyes. When Madara looked into those eyes, the light would dim and the air would get denser. As he used the first of his Mangekyo's abilities, his left eye began to bleed. Naruto said in a whisper, Amaterasu. The folder of his father was set on fire right away by the black flames, which quickly died out. A lot of Naruto's anger was taking over him. He was doomed to a life of pain and loneliness because of his own father, and the Sandaime Hokage lied to him by saying that he didn't know who his parents were when he found him in the forest. He knew all along. Jiraiya knew, of course he knew. Kakashi must have known too, and Tsunade was also in the loop. With all the attention Jiraiya and Sarutobi gave him, he should have seen it sooner. They wouldn't care about a random orphan. They would care about the son of the Yondaime in the Kyuubi container. It was the Sandaime, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade who knew, but they didn't tell Naruto. They didn't tell me who the people were who were most important to him. As he let out all of his pain, he screamed at the top of his lungs, and unconsciously, he used both Mangekyo. To protect him, a white skeletal ribcage began to form around him. Then, 4 white skeletal arms connected by bolts appeared, and then the head of Naruto's Susanoo. The Susanoo that Naruto had was all white. Each of its 4 ribs had 4 horizontal, curved spikes. Its arms were made of bone. It had 4 bright yellow eyes, 2 bullhorns that faced forward, and sharp teeth that looked like fangs on its skull. Naruto looked at his Susanoo after he stopped yelling. And he was amazed. Before he looked at his teacher, Madara. Naruto said, "I am the curse of hatred." He did this with a determined expression that was made even darker by the Susanoo around him. Then his Susanoo howled like a wolf and roared too. Madara just smiled. He knew the blonde would always be loyal to him, and his Susanoo was also pretty impressive. "Zetsu," Madara ordered with that smirk that wouldn't stop. Zetsu jumped a little when Madara spoke. Madara told them, "Get ready to transplant my eyes." At the same time, both halves said, "Yes, yes." Madara thought, "I leave my things to you, Naruto, and when the time is right, I will repay you for your help. Someday." In spite of his steady body, you couldn't tell that he was scared or anxious because of the way he breathed. His goal over the last 2 years had been to get stronger and kill more. During the hardest training, he broke bones, got concussions, lost a lot of blood, and had every other kind of injury you can think of. But every wound didn't leave a scar. There was no sign of battle or proof that he was hurt. There was only one scar on his skin that looked like it was hit by lightning and curved outwards. He had changed since that time 2 years ago. He didn't feel bad about what he did, he didn't hesitate, and he didn't forgive anyone. He had nothing in his heart. He has forgotten what the sky and trees looked like. He hasn't smelled flowers in a very long time, and he couldn't remember what leaves sound like when they blow in the wind. He hadn't felt the sun's rays hit him, and he couldn't remember what shape the clouds were. He couldn't remember how great the mountains made him feel. He forgot the names and faces of the people he thought were his friends, no. Friends and family. The only thing he remembered about how he got here. Have blood. Red eyes and a hand that chirped. At that moment, the only things he was sure of were the katana in his hand and the sweat on his body. The boy with blonde hair and spikes was now a man. He could pass for 19 years old even though he was only 15 years old. Even through his clothes, you could see all of his rippling, lean muscles. He had gained these muscles through such intense workouts and routines that many people thought he would die from them. He had bloody bandages on his hands, which showed that he was ready to hit something until it broke. He was dressed in black armored pants that went over his thighs and calves and black boots that fit snugly and had spikes on the heel and claws on the toes. A light blue rope belt with a loop that hangs between his inner thighs and ends below his knee. The blonde man liked that the katana's blade was a silvery blue color and that it didn't have a guard. The grip, which is usually made of wood and has a gray color, was made of metal and was connected to the hilt by a long 23-inch blue rope. He wasn't sure how strong he really was because he only had the old man to compare himself to. He was old, though, and couldn't fight anymore. His body was so weak that he could barely walk 5 meters, so he really didn't have anyone. He was no different from the other shinobi. Time was always running out for them all. Because of how much chakra he had and how he could use it, he thought he was very strong. He had also gotten better at controlling his chakra. He used to have terrible chakra control, but it wasn't his fault. He just had too much chakra and couldn't use it like his classmates could. To get better at controlling his chakra, he made cage bunshin every day, even if it meant climbing waterfalls while holding kunai on his fingers and floating leaves all over his body at the same time. There are people who might think that was too much, but he needed the practice. He could now use the Hokage's great strength if he wanted to, but he liked quick, quiet kills more than slamming your fist into someone's face and breaking their jaws at the same time. Because of this, he chose to learn Kenjutsu because it went well with his wind nature. His ability to change nature had grown the most. With his wind nature, he could now cut in half raging infernos 3 times his size. With his lightning nature, he could set a waterfall on fire and break tornadoes apart. He could now use his genjutsu skill, which he couldn't do before because he was smarter and had more control. He could do genjutsu now without having to use the Sharingan. Because of his vivid imagination, his genjutsu made the people he used them on go brain dead and crazy. Even though he wasn't nearly as good at medical ninjutsu as Tsunade, he was still good enough that if he ever got into trouble, he could get himself out of it. Along with all of his other skills, he was very good with weapons. With the Sharingan, he could now aim and throw his kunai with pinpoint accuracy. To test this, he threw one at a flying insect and cut it in half along its wings. But now he was seeing how his senses and reactions would work. He couldn't see or hear, so he could only use his hearing, smell, touch, and taste. More than one white Zetsu was facing him. Each one was fully armed with swords, kunai, war fans, or even just their fists. He didn't even move when they swarmed him. He sent chakra flow into his katana, which was made to take in the energy. His weapon was now covered in wind, which made it stronger and more deadly. One Zetsu came up behind him and tried to surprise him, but the scarred man turned around and cut the artificial human in half. He then blocked a flying kunai that was aimed at the side of his rib with the flat side of his katana, then grabbed it out of the air and threw it at another Zetsu, where it hit the artificial human in the head. He cut another Zetsu in half, and the wind on his katana made him even more dangerous. He put a portable seal on his right wrist and sealed his katana with it. He made a few hand signals, took a deep breath, and yelled. Futon. Koryu Kisoku no Jutsu, Wind Release, Great Dragon Breath Technique. He let out a 4 times his size gust of wind that looked like the head of a Japanese dragon. It flew at the Zetsu so fast that it tore everything in its path apart until only scraps were left. The Zetsu didn't even have time to blink before they both fell to the ground, their bodies cut in half, and he was sure that if they had blood, the ground would be covered in it. He took his katana off his wrist and blocked a brave Zetsu's kunai blow to the head. He then sent wind chakra into his sword, which cut through the kunai like butter and killed the Zetsu. He heard something moving to his left, so he kicked a Zetsu in the face. The kick hit the Zetsu in the jaw and sent him flying back a few meters, hitting other Zetsus like bowling pins. He heard several feet running toward him, so he put away his katana again. He talked about the jutsu and showed it with a few hand signs. Kaden. Ryuan Hoka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Yelled the blonde man as he spit out a bunch of fireballs that looked like dragons and flew off at very high speeds. 5 Zetsus were destroyed by the hot fire as the flame heads hit their targets. Without hesitation, the man took out his katana and began cutting through the Zetsus. He had an interesting style of taijutsu because it looked like he was dancing, but he was really using strength and agility to hit his opponent hard. As a Zetsu charged the man, he let out a battle cry because he was so angry at seeing his friends being killed. But everything around it changed. When it turned around, it saw all the other Zetsus, but they now all looked like the blonde man with his eyes covered. Each one of them held a katana. The Zetsu became furious at what it saw and began attacking its friends in a brutal way, hoping to find out who its real target was. There was a sad moment when the Zetsu was caught killing its friends as if they were the blonde. In one swift move, the man stuck his katana into the ground where an unaware Zetsu was trying to crawl to him. The Zetsu was hit in the head with the sword, and the blonde quickly went through some more hand signals. The man yelled, Raiden, Jibashi, Lightning Release, Electromagnetic Murder, and slammed his palms on the ground. An electric wave shot out and shocked anyone who was lucky enough to be caught before their nervous system was fried. They soon fell to the ground dead with heavy thuds, their bodies were smoldering a little, and lightning was coursing around them. The man took out his katana once more and began to focus his chakra on it. He stabbed a Zetsu behind him without even turning around. Hashirama's clone had tried to sneak up on the man but failed. The blonde grabbed the Zetsu's kunai, sent some lightning chakra through it, and threw it at another Zetsu, going through its skull and out the other end, stabbing it in the head as it stopped flying. The man couldn't see what he had done, but when the chakra signatures went away, he knew he had done a good job. 3 Zetsu jumped him from behind while the 4 of them were fighting close together. A Zetsu attacked the man with a kunai, but the man blocked it and let it pass. He then kicked the Zetsu and killed it with a lightning charged kunai that he had taken out of his wrist seals. Then he killed the other 2 with a horizontal sweeping cut that split the 2 plant men in half and let white ooze out of their bodies as they fell to the ground. Many Zetsu with angry faces started to rush at the lone man. In response, the blonde pulled out a Fuma shuriken from his left wrist. He put his wind chakra into the big shuriken, which made it stronger by adding more wind. Powered blades. He whispered, Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. He threw the 1 shuriken, which turned into 100 shuriken, all of which were stronger by wind, and they cut through the Zetsu like sheep to the slaughter and meat with a butcher's knife. The man turned around and saw another Zetsu wave. Sanzengarasu no Jutsu, Scattering Thousand Crows Technique, the man said as 1,000 crows flew in behind him. This was a technique he could use because it was just lying around. The crow's attacks took the Zetsu's attention away from the real threat. That was the man with the katana. Just in the blink of an eye, he walked right by them and cut off all of their heads at once. Finally, one more group of Zetsu rushed at the man who was trying to end the fight. The man put his right hand out and closed his katana. A Rasengan appeared right away, but when the man pumped wind chakra into it, it changed into a white shuriken that spun around a light blue ball in the middle. The man yelled, "Futon, Rasen Shuriken," and threw the shuriken at the Zetsus. When it hit them, it expanded into a dome of small wind blades that attacked them at the molecular level, cutting off their chakra networks and killing them. The jutsu was more like a poison than a series of attacks. The Zetsu were lying on the floor in a crater that was left when the dome stopped moving. The man didn't cheer or celebrate. He just stood there still until he noticed someone clapping. There was a very old man with a kusarigama in his hand who was clapping as he watched the show. He had a small smile on his face but only one eye was open. The man who didn't care about all the deaths was praised, "Very good. Very good. You have come far. Every one of those Zetsus were at least high Chunin level, and yet you made them look like academy students, hehe. No one can dispute your power. Your strength rivals my own back when I was young and at my prime, but you still require more refinement as you are still not as strong as me. You're at least 2/3 of my power back when I was in my prime. I did say you rivaled me," the man said with a sickly smirk. "And you didn't even use your Sharingan against them, even more impressive." The blonde man took off the cloth over his eyes, revealing a pair of fully grown, blood red Sharingan eyes that could probably kill someone just by looking at them. But those weren't his eyes. They were the old man's, his original pair before they were transplanted for another pair. He gave the young man his eyes, and the blonde man gave his own to the parched man. He had spiky, blonde hair that was sun-kissed and silky. He had length strands that framed the sides of his face where his sideburns should have been, and a few strands that fell between his eyes and split at the bridge of his nose. Think Danganronpa hair, but yellow. He wore his hair in a low, spiky ponytail that was wrapped halfway with tight bandages. Over time, his hair had become less wild and untamed and smooth and silky, losing some of its spike, but the man's cheeks used to have marks that looked like whiskers, but they were gone, hiding nothing. The person stared blankly at the old man and said, "The Sharingan is just a tool. Having it doesn't make me strong. Unless I train my other skills, there's no point in using the Sharingan in battle if I get killed." "Alright, Naruto," the old man said. He then started coughing deeply and put his hand to his mouth, coughing blood into his palm. Even though he didn't show it, the 15-year-old who looked like an adult was a little worried about his sensei. He slowly made his way to his master and stood in front of him. As he stood in front of the legendary shinobi, Naruto said, "You shouldn't overdo it with your heavy breathing, Madara." After he stopped coughing, Madara gave the blonde a mean look and said, "You will be in the same situation when it is your time." The legendary Uchiha was now weak and couldn't use the skills and abilities he had in real life. However, he was able to train Naruto to help him with his plans, but there was the issue of the fake Madara, who was tricking the Akatsuki and Nagato. Then Naruto said, "We'll see about that." He then began to walk toward his bed, which was right in front of Madara. Naruto was nervous at first about sleeping in front of his sensei because he thought he was being watched, which was partly true. But he got over his fear and was able to rest in front of the mummy. Naruto put his katana back in its sheath, which was right next to his bed. After that, he fell asleep without having a specific dream. Madara was watching his worker sleep. The last 2 years have been, to say the least, interesting. When Naruto used the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu along with his training, his potential and power went through the roof. Naruto was an S rank shinobi, which meant that even the 5 Kage would have a hard time fighting him. Of course, it was unclear whether he could fight them all at once. He was also a very smart shinobi who quickly found ways to get around his flaws and weaknesses. Like the last jutsu he used, Futon, Rasen Shuriken. At first, Naruto couldn't use any of his chakra natures in the Rasengan because it would blow up in his face. He thought of a way to get around this weakness by using clones, but at first he said that wasn't practical enough, so he used his Uzumaki blood and his imagination to get around that problem. The 2 seals he made on the palms of his hands collect and store his chakra. He could make a Rasen Shuriken or a Chakra Nature-enhanced Rasengan whenever he wanted. All he had to do was activate the seal, and his chakra would change into any of his natures. No one, not even Madara, could have thought of such a unique way to use seals. It did take Naruto a while to form the seals, about a year, and you had to be very good at Fuinjutsu and have precise control over your chakra to do it. Later, when Naruto was almost done with his daily training, Zetsu and Madara took out what little of the Kyuubi's chakra Naruto still had. They were able to take a small amount of the Kyuubi's chakra from Naruto's body, which is why his cheek whisker marks were erased. Of course, he still had his amazing healing powers, which made Madara very happy. What did surprise Madara, though, were the folders that Zetsu had given him years before. He had no idea what was in those folders, but it told him a lot about Naruto's huge potential. Zetsu walked up to Madara and his Akatsuki cloak stood out in the dark cave. "Yes, Zetsu?" Zetsu said, "I have come back with bad news. I was unable to get the identity of the person who claims to be Madara. In order to find out his identity I must return to Konohagakure." Madara asked, "What problem are you talking about? I don't see how hard it is to go in and get information." "The problem is that the top-ranking ninja of the village have seen me on their video surveillance. You don't forget a person like me any day. It's also likely that the Hokage has informed the Jonin of the village about my appearance and infiltration and they have now stationed their Anbu Black Ops around the village keeping even greater watch than they did 2 years." According to Zetsu. Madara replied, "Then why don't we just send more white Zetsu? Even though the copies can take on the appearance of others. What's stopping Konoha from discovering that they are not who they say they are? The clones aren't really that strong and against a ninja village we would need an army," explained Zetsu. Madara didn't say anything, just turned away from Zetsu and stared off into space. It was Madara who asked, "Do you think he's ready, Zetsu?" No matter how strong Naruto is, he had to be sure that he was ready to capture the Jinchuriki. He and Hashirama were two of the strongest people who could face a Biju without any fear or doubt. He praised the Yondaime Hokage for taking on the strongest of the 9. "I have no doubt that he is more than ready," Zetsu said. "I was wrong about the prediction that the statue would keep supplying me chakra for 3 years and it's been 2 already." Madara spoke in a loud voice. Even if some of the Kyuubi's chakra filled the statue, it wouldn't be enough to save Madara. In fact, it was that chakra that had been keeping him alive up until now. The jutsu he used to bring Naruto back to life would kill the user in exchange for bringing others back to life. The statue was a huge source of life, but it still wouldn't be enough to save him. "But I only have 3 months left to live before the statue stops giving me chakra. Until then, I will train Naruto even harder so that he can kill the fake me," Madara said, even though it seemed odd to say that. As Zetsu became one with the ground, he said, "Very well." Nagato, who was pretending to be Pain, was watching a megacure from the village's tallest tower. "Let's not make the tallest building in every city the home of the bad guy. Is there some kind of rule book for supervillains? Anyway, let's get back to Pain." He didn't turn to face the voice that said, "Pain," because he didn't think he needed to. Conan, his beautiful partner and best friend, was there. She looked at him with a neutral face and an unmoved gaze, as she always did. Life's tragedies made her feel pain all the time, but Nagato knew that was just a way for her to hide it, because her pain could be used against her. Pain said, "Yes. Conan." She didn't look at her raider. Instead, he kept staring out at his village. "We need one more member among the Akatsuki," Conan said, bringing up an issue that was bothering Pain. "I am well aware. With Orochimaru's defection from the organization we do need to fill his place, but we also need to get the Sky Ring from his possession before we allow any other member in the Akatsuki. But finding him is like trying to find a speck of salt on a beach, and if we do find him he'll most likely escape like the scavenger he has always been." Spoke to Pain with disdain as Orochimaru list of friends. As usual, Conan spoke in a neutral tone. "Zetsu told me about a possible candidate, but he hasn't told me who this person is, what skills they have, or anything else." Zetsu. He always did have an eye for talent, as a few years ago it was him that informed us of Deidara as a potential member. And he was right. If Zetsu is correct about this candidate, then this person might become a potential and powerful recruit. Talked about Pain. "Do you think this recruit can be trusted, and even if we do let him into the Akatsuki, will he be able to meet?" But Pain cut her off. "Conan, I understand that you have doubts about some of the less savory Members of the Akatsuki, such as Sasori and Hidan, said Pain. Pain was right, but Konan still had her neutral face on. She had never liked how Sasori and Hidan wanted to kill each other. But we must trust Zetsu's judgment on this matter. Maybe this shinobi may not be as violent like the other members. Pain said in a calm voice. As Pain asked without any emotion, tell me. Has Zetsu contacted this person? Zetsu has told me that he has not set up any contact with the candidate. And it will take at least 3 months before he can discern the persons of interest's location. Let Konan know. And our plans have been set back by a year. In part due to the meddling of the Leaf Village and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Went on Konan. This news didn't seem to bother Pain. In fact, it was good news because they could now be better ready for the Beej extraction. The man with the rippled eyes looked up at the rain. What is it? Konan asked with a general sense of interest. As Pain looked up at the sky, he said, the winds of change are almost here. Soon the world will be one step closer to peace. Stated Pain. While he slept, Orochimaru coughed and wheezed. Things didn't go as planned. The body he was in was already turning against him. He didn't understand how it got this way, but he still had 1 year left before he had to change bodies again. Because Sasuke wasn't ready and wasn't as strong as he wanted to be, he couldn't take Kabuto's body either. Kabuto was just as important because no one else could keep his test subjects alive or make medicine for Orochimaru. While he coughed again, his body hurt badly and blood came out of his mouth. Like a snake, he needed to shed his skin again. He needed a young being that would help him feel better. He did want the Sharingan, but he also wanted Sasuke to be at the top of his game. There was still time, but Orochimaru didn't know that time was the enemy of all shinobi because he wouldn't believe it. When someone knocked on the door, he told them to come in. It was Kabuto Yakushi, his most trusted and loyal worker, who did it. He had a tray with him that was full of bottles, herbs, and different tools for making medical alchemies. I have brought your medicine, Orochimaru. Sama, Kabuto said in that smooth voice that makes me feel so rude. If Kabuto were an animal, it would be a snake because he is very sneaky and deceptive. It was Orochimaru who hissed, give it to me, you fool. He took the small vial with green liquid that Kabuto gave him, opened the bottle, and forced it down his throat. The liquid was awful to taste, but Orochimaru wouldn't mind if it was good for him. Orochimaru. Sama, you will have to switch bodies soon, your health is deteriorating every second you wait. Sasuke isn't ready to switch bodies, so you will have to take another. In order to extend your life. Kabuto was sure. I suggest taking a body of one of the low-level Chunin under our command. Yes, very good Kabuto, tricky as ever. Summon one of the Chunin under the facade of a promotion. And preferably if his body was weak, so that way I can transfer bodies sooner and take over Sasuke. Kunz. Told Orochimaru. He left to choose a weak Chunin to be his master. Sasuke. Kun's body will be mine soon, and not even the Akatsuki can hurt me. I will also have the Mangeki. Orochimaru thought, Sasuke. Kun, you think you can hide such powerful eyes from me? He killed the Kyuubi brat all those years ago, which set the Akatsuki back a few years and took away a possible thorn in my side. It was dark in the room, and the only sound was birds chirping. The only thing you could see was lightning crackling around. Chidori Senbon. Sasuke yelled as he shot the archery targets with his new type of Chidori, which hit all of them. There were more targets in the room. Sasuke yelled and used his Chidori again. Chidori Nagashi. Lightning started to flash around the young Uchiha, and it hit the targets and destroyed them. Over the past 2 years, Sasuke had grown taller, shed some weight, and made his face more masculine. He was now dressed in a white long sleeved shirt with a small Uchiha crest on the collar. The shirt was open at the middle. His blue cloth is now tied around his waist with a purple rope belt in the shape of a bow. Black arm guards cover his arms up to their elbows. Since he left Konohagakure, he hadn't changed much about who he was. He was still cocky, and he still had bad ideas about killing his brother. What did the girls like about him? Making plans to kill someone for years is. It looks pretty emo. But one thing that had changed was that he was more cocky, which may have been because Orochimaru was always praising him. That only a Uchiha can defeat a Uchiha was now in his mind. He must not have paid attention in history class when they talked about how Hashirama Senju beat Madara Uchiha. You idiot. He was thinking about how far he had come in his training. Orochimaru said he was about Jonin level, but that wasn't good enough. At age 13, his brother Itachi was a captain in the Anbu. But Sasuke wasn't quite there yet. I need more power, even though I have the Mangekyo. My other skills aren't as good as Itachi's. He then remembered when and how he got his Mangekyo. He thought it was okay to kill Naruto because he needed the power and the chance had come up. He also did what his brother told him to do. His best friend was killed by him. But Sasuke didn't feel bad about killing his brother because he knew that it would help his clan start over and bring honor to the Uchiha name. Madara had said he was going to die 3 months ago. The news was told to Naruto, but the Uzumaki just took it like any other day. With no feelings. He did feel bad that the person who was the closest thing he had ever had to family was going to die, but he didn't show it. Instead, he put on a blank face so no one would see. Madara called out, "Naruto." Naruto looked at him blankly as he stared at him with his Sharingan ready. The white half of Zetsu seemed scared by that face. Madara said, "I'm going to die soon, in less than a week." Naruto didn't answer, and she didn't move either. He was above weak emotions like sadness and regret. "Today you leave the safety of the hovel and go out into the world," stated Madara. "Your mission is to deploy the infinite Tsukuyomi on the world by gathering the Biju and reviving the Jubi. But before you can begin the Eye of the Moon plan, you need to eliminate the fake Madara that has been manipulating the Akatsuki in my pawn, Nagato, from within the shadows under my own name. And before you revive the Jubi you have to revive myself, by using my previous Rinnegan that has been transplanted into Nagato. Since your chakra signature is similar to mine in part to the blood transfusion I gave you all those years ago, you will be able to force Nagato to use the Rinne Tenei no Jutsu to revive me," went on Madara. Naruto spoke in a dark voice, "I understand what I have to do." He was sure of himself and determined, and his Sharingan was on fire. "Very good," Madara said, "Zetsu will help you with everything. He is now your subordinate and will do whatever you say. Even your voice will silence Nagato's if the Akatsuki tells Zetsu to do something. Zetsu is great at spying and infiltrating." Zetsu then merged from a wall and opened his flytrap arm. White Zetsu yelled, "You can count on me." The black half of the Zetsu seemed to sigh at the white half. Madara yelled at his failed experiment, "But he's fucking weak." He was clearly annoyed by the clone's rudeness and for cutting him off. Naruto gave his teacher a small nod. His teacher was right about Zetsu. He is weak. Even though Zetsu felt a little down, he quickly got over it and smiled big, as always happy and cheery. Naruto knew what was expected of him and said, "Very well." The blonde saw Madara disconnect from the statue by unplugging the tubes. This cut off his source of chakra, which was keeping him alive. As Madara's last words, "Now go. My apprentice, my legacy, my heir, and do not fail me." The old man grabbed the sockets of his eyes and pulled the twin Sharingan out of them. He then held them tightly in his hands as his life ended and the Shinigami took his soul. The Naruto said, "I won't, sensei." He was leaving the dark cave where he had lived for 2 years and 3 months. He walked up to a big rock that blocked the door to the outside world and his own freedom. Naruto wouldn't show that he wasn't sure about leaving the hut. He didn't have that weakness. Naruto used his Mangekyo Sharingan to make it work. His Mangekyo would always be a mix of Madara's and his own. It looked like 3 sides, with a point on the back of each blade. In the middle of his eye, it had Madara's pinwheel pattern around his pupil, but the colors were switched around. The pinwheel was black instead of red, the concentric tomo were red, and the pupil, which should have been round, was a 3-pointed shuriken. Naruto used his Susanoo to block the exit and walk around in the world. Naruto's was all white, even the fiery aura around it. It had 4 clawed arms, horizontal spikes on its ribcage, a pair of bullhorns facing forward, small spikes on its chin, 4 scary yellow eyes that lit up, and sharp teeth that looked like fangs. With its incredibly strong fist, the Susanoo smashed through the rock that was in the way with little trouble. Still inside the Susanoo, Naruto called out to his subordinate Zetsu. Naruto yelled, "Get me my armor and weapons, Zetsu." He didn't look back at the plant man. Zetsu obeyed completely, like a dog doing what its owner tells it to do. He nodded and went to get the things. Naruto saw sunlight for the first time in 2 years.
It was warm, bright, and full of hope, none of which were things Naruto was or ever will be. The Uzumaki turned off his Susanoo and looked around, taking a quick look at the world around him. The first thing he saw was a big skeleton that looked like it belonged to a big animal that had died there a long time ago. He also saw that he was in a basin with cliffs and rocky areas all around it. Then he felt Zetsu come back with everything he had asked for. He was given all the clothes he would need to be a ninja by the plant man. After a short time, Naruto was fully dressed in the clothes that are his trademark. He wore the same long blue belt rope and black pants and boots. But now he was wearing black armor on his chest and black metal armor on his pecs. The armor didn't hide his killer look much, though, because you could still see all of his muscles moving with every twitch. He wore black metal shoulder pads with spikes and black metal gloves and bracers with spiked black claws. Besides that, he wore a black coat that came to his ankles and didn't have any sleeves. The edges of the coat were torn and frayed, and there were bright red flame patterns on them. On his back, there was a symbol of a black, curved dragon with sharp claws, a long tongue, a spiked back, and a streamlined body surrounded by white. The coat also had a hood and a long collar that held 3 silver magatama by strings. As a birthday present from Madara, the armor was made just for Naruto. It was made of strong, flexible materials that protected him and let him move around freely. It didn't slow him down or make him feel uncomfortable in some parts. Naruto's short ponytail was now being blown around by the strong wind in the forest. It moved around like it had a mind of its own. Zetsu came up behind Naruto with a scroll and a katana. He gave them to Naruto and said something. Very handsome. The blonde thought that was a strange thing to say if Zetsu wasn't a clone. I will head to Konohagakure and see if I can discover the identity of the Madara impersonator. This also gives me the opportunity to infiltrate my father's estate and see if I can get my hands on the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Tekkenkai, or any of my father's other jutsu. As much as I hate the man, I can't dispute the fact that when it came to jutsu he was a genius. According to Naruto. Okay, but you have to make a name for yourself. Soon the Akatsuki only accept S. Rank shinobi, and I have upped those chances by telling them that I found someone to fill the void left by Orochimaru. Spoke in Zetsu. That name made Naruto frown, so it was clear he didn't like Orochimaru very much. Naruto agreed with Zetsu's plan. Also this graveyard could turn out to be a great base of operations. Zetsu have white Zetsus hollow out this basin and create a base where everything I would need to utilize assets would be found, such as sleeping arrangements, armory, medical wing, and maybe add in a library. Also bury the old goat's body and retrieve my eyes from his corpse. Told Naruto. I will have to go by a different name. The world believes that Naruto Uzumaki is dead. So how does Ryu Yoki sound? Stated Naruto. He put the sheath for his katana on his back. Zetsu didn't say anything because he was repeating the name over and over in his mind. Both have said, I like it, at the same time. Before he turned into dirt, Zetsu said, goodbye Ryu. Naruto took a deep breath before setting out to walk to Konoha in the south. The small tear on his cheek was hidden. Madara knew that Naruto looked up to him because he was the closest thing he had to a father. That tear meant something to him, even though he and Madara had a fight. At the main gate in Konoha, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, the 2 eternal gate guards of Konoha, were killing time by playing cards. They were bored because no one would come to the gate and check into the village, so you have to feel sorry for them and understand why they were even bored. Their job has been set for them for the past 2 years, and while the pay was good, there were some problems. They only let civilians, traveling merchants, and sometimes musicians through the gate. Sometimes they let their own ninja through too. But things were going to be very different today. It was Kotetsu who asked Izumo, when is something interesting going to happen? Got any twos? Be careful what you wish for, because you might get it, Izumo said with a smirk. Go fish. He began to speak, but stopped before he could say the village's forbidden name. It's just I miss the old days when we would run around chasing Nar. I know. I miss him too. He always made the village seem like a happier place too. But the damn civilians don't know the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed into. I miss his pranks. I particularly like the one where he painted the Hokage monument in the middle of the day without anybody seeing him, especially with that hideous orange jumpsuit he used to wear. Izumo said. Both men laughed when they thought about what the blonde boy was doing.
Or the time he painted the underwear of every major clan orange, Kotetsu laughed as he thought about Naruto's jokes. As they were thinking, a figure with a hood, strange armor, a black sleeveless coat, and a katana on his back walked up to the front gate and almost passed the registration booth, ignoring the two chunin completely. Kotetsu yelled, "Hey!" to get the man's attention. The person with the hood stopped in his tracks as he walked into the village and turned to look back at the two gate guards. His hood covered his eyes, and his mouth and chin were the only parts of his face that were visible. When Izumo and Kotetsu looked at him, they saw a man who seemed like a strong shinobi. But when the man in the hood looked at them, all he saw were weak shinobi who would fall on their own kunai. Kotetsu went on, "You have to sign up before you can enter the village." The figure just stood there and stared at him. Both men were scared because it felt like the void was staring back at them. The figure walked up to the booth and said, "Very well." He then looked at the two chunin in front of him. He scratched his head and said, "Okay, let me get the papers out. You can sign the waivers, which will let you free pass into the village." Nothing was said by the figure. It just shrugged. Izumo asked, "But first, we need to know your name." "Name?" The figure spoke and said, "Ryu Yoki." But before the two gate guards could do anything, they looked into the eyes of a Sharingan. The ninjas fell to the ground with loud thuds after a short time. Izumo's head hit the desk, and Kotetsu fell to the floor. Ryu checked Izumo's pulse to see if he was still alive or dead. When he used his genjutsu, he could sometimes kill people by accident and render them brain dead. Naruto could tell that Izumo was only asleep because he could feel his heart beating regularly. Based on Zetsu's information, Anbu teams are sent out every 2 hours. That means they only had a short time to get the information and leave. His father's estate was not important at this point. He was also hiding his chakra on purpose so that the barrier core wouldn't be able to find him. However, the Hyuga clan would be a problem, so he would need to keep an eye on them. After leaving the booth, Ryu went into the village with the goal of finding out who his teacher's fake was. Zetsu was correct. Because of the years of peace, the village has become lazy. As Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, he thought, "I wonder if the village will fail to function as a hidden village." It's no wonder Orochimaru was able to get in so quickly and start an invasion at the same time. While Ryu walked among the people, his black hood kept his face hidden, but some people did look at him because of his samurai style armor and long katana. Naruto didn't care why they were looking at him. His goal was more important. Based on my best guess, I think they keep track of ninjas in their logs around the main office of Anbu or the Tower of the Hokage, Ryu thought. I should first check the Hokage Tower and then go to Anbu HQ if I don't find anything. It shouldn't be that hard. So deep in thought did he not notice when someone bumped into him on the shoulder. He heard a rude yell that said, "Watch it, buddy." That came from behind him. A few minutes before, as Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba walked down the street, they talked about their recent missions and the fun things they did. Kiba got excited and basked in his own glory, and I was all like Ka. Chao and Hinata was popping the dudes with her Juken and Shino. Well, he was just being Shino. Shikamaru didn't seem to care, and Choji was eating chips like there was no tomorrow. He was not paying attention to what Kiba was saying again. Troublesome Kiba. Why can't you tell a story normally like the author of this story? Shikamaru asked, gazing up at the sky and probably at me, the author. His fellow shinobi looked at Shikamaru as if he had lost all of his intelligence, which was truly amazing because it was hard to picture Shikamaru as dumb. Shikamaru, we're not in a story, Choji said after putting down his chips when he heard what Shikamaru said. His words were cut off when someone bumped into him on the shoulder. Screw what Shikamaru said back to. Now. Naruto stopped what he was doing and looked at the person he ran into when they spoke badly to him. When he looked at Kiba, he was a little surprised. Of all the shinobi he had to run into, Kiba had to be the one with fleas and bad thoughts. Plus, Kiba's voice was loud, and he liked quiet people. Like Zetsu when the plant man wasn't acting crazy. Naruto didn't pay attention to Kiba and kept walking. He didn't want to deal with people he didn't like, and he also had to get somewhere. For one thing, he had to figure out who the fake Madara was and stop taking what was rightfully his. Kiba did get mad when Ryu began to walk away. I yelled, "Hey!" At the mysterious person in black, but they ignored me and kept walking. Choji, who was scared of the samurai, like shinobi, said, Kiba, I don't think we should get into a fight with him. I really liked that sharp katana he wore. Choji said, maybe you should forget about him. No, someone needs to teach this jerk some manners, Kiba said as he stomped after the man. Akamaru, who no one had seen before, just pawed his face. His master was always getting into trouble, so the dog might want to leash Kiba. That Choji is a troublemaker. Let's hope he doesn't get into too much trouble or kill himself, Shikamaru said as he walked slowly after Kiba, with Choji and Akamaru following behind him. It was going well for Naruto and his mission because he could see the Hokage Tower. Then he felt a hand on his left shoulder, which made him stop in the middle of the road as well. When he turned around, he saw Kiba, who was very angry and clenching his teeth and raising an eyebrow. The hood Naruto was wearing still blocked out his eyes, so no one could see his Sharingan. He wasn't able to turn them off, though, because he was too cool for that. Hey guy, I think you should say sorry, Kiba told him sternly. If it were possible for someone like Ryu, he would just act like he didn't know what was going on. Naruto asked, sorry for what? Walking on the street. Kiba was even more angry after hearing this, and he felt he had to choke the man for being rude. He was also thinking, this fucking smartass. You think you're funny, huh? Kiba asked in a sarcastic tone. Another smart answer from Ryu was his answer. No, I think I'm a comedian. I can be pretty funny sometimes, Ryu said with a smirk that was hard to stand. He said something that made Kiba lose it. He was already very angry. Kiba tightened his grip on Naruto's armored shoulder and dug his claws into it, but they were only just scratching it. Ryu got out of his grip by spinning on his back, grabbing his right arm, and pinning him to the ground with his left hand on Kiba's head and his right hand holding Kiba's arm in the air. He ended his sentence, listen here, you will AP. When everyone on the street turned around, they saw a stranger pinning Kiba to the ground while the ninja was eating dirt. Holy crap, he's fast. I hardly saw him move or flinch. Who is this person? He thought this as he looked down at the dirty ground below him. Together with Akamaru, Shikamaru and Choji showed up. The three of them sighed as they looked at what they saw. Shikamaru was right when he said Kiba would get into trouble. Thought Shikamaru, troublesome. Mister, could you get off my friend, whatever he's done, then I formally apologize for it. Troublesome. This whale situation was troubling him, as was his whole life. After giving Shikamaru a quick look, Naruto let go of Kiba and ran to join his two friends and dog. He sighed at the shadow user. The three shinobi were yelled at by Ryu, keep your dog on a shorter leash. I have little tolerance for stupidity and ignorance. This statement shocked Shikamaru and Choji, so they chose to end the fight. When Naruto called Kiba a dog, Kiba just scowled and growled a little. Luckily for him, Naruto heard the growl. Naruto was warned, watch it, mutt, before I neuter you. He also showed some killer intent. Everyone on the street shivered and stepped back in fear. Naruto began walking again toward the Hokage Tower, but this time he didn't bother to look back. Wait! Yelled Shikamaru, which was strange because Shikamaru never yelled. Naruto stopped in his tracks and looked at Shikamaru. The fox asked, what's your name? Naruto just said, Ryu Yokazi. Ryu turned his back on the three shinobi because he had had enough of their stupid behavior and continued on his way to the Hokage Tower. He looked at him with narrowed eyes, as if there was something strange about him. As soon as Naruto saw the Hokage Tower, he climbed to the roof and whispered the name of a very useful sneak attack jutsu. Maizigakure no Jutsu means hiding with camouflage technique. Naruto became invisible to everyone, but it looked like he was still there. Naruto trained this jutsu with Black Zetsu, who was a great sensei and could find chakra from as far away as the land of water. Because of this, Naruto was almost as good at the jutsu as Miu, the second Tsuchikage. Where he was completely invisible except for the very small change in the airflow that would happen. Ryu sneaked into the tower without much trouble, getting past the Anbu who were busy doing what they did best. He moved through the tower's halls in silence because that was the only thing that could reveal where he was. No one could smell, sense, or see him, but they could touch him. With his Sharingan, it wouldn't be a problem because of his skill, and you'd be lucky to just find him in the air current distortion. However, Naruto couldn't use this jutsu while fighting, so it was more for tactical espionage than combat.
After looking for a while, he finally found the door that led to his goal, the ninja registration log. When he opened the door, he tried not to let out a happy sigh because no one was there. He shut the door behind him and turned off his invisibility, so people could see his shape. Luckily, there was a computer in the room that could handle shit. He sat in the chair and broke into the account. The password was a 4-digit number code, and he could read the tiny writing on the pad because his vision was better. They didn't really protect their information, so the encryption wasn't very good. But that was to be expected since this was the least guarded area in the village. It was only the Uchiha disappearances that were on the list of results from the last 30 years. Based on the evidence of the Kyuubi attack 15 years ago, this person had the Sharingan to control the Kyuubi. There was no other explanation since Hashirama Senju was dead and Nagato was the only one who could control Biju with his Rinnegan. But Zetsu said that the leader of the Akatsuki was nowhere near the village during the attack. He narrowed the field of information by saying that the Uchiha had disappeared because of the massacre by Itachi, so there was only one person who, and this was too simple. There had been only one real disappearance. Naruto looked at the name and said, Obito Uchiha. He clicked on the profile and a picture of Obito appeared. Naruto thought he looked stupid with those goggles on, but Madara taught him that looks could be deceiving, and his sensei was the best example of this. Madara was an old goat, but he was still powerful, and Naruto couldn't argue with that about the mummy because when he first started training, he was sure the old man could kick him in the behind, but now that he knew that, he could have killed the man whenever he wanted. He took his mind off of Madara and went back to reading Obito's profile. Died on a mission near the end of the Third Shinobi World War while trying to save his teammate Rin Nohara. He was crushed by an avalanche of rocks by enemy ninja, but not before giving his Sharingan to Kakashi Hatake. Naruto clenched his teeth at the man. That's how Kakashi got the Sharingan. This Obito Uchiha was Naruto's father Minato Namikaze's student. The body was never found and was thought to be dead. So Obito is the fake Madara, but he still got out of the rock fall and wouldn't go back to Konoha afterward. What kept him away? Naruto heard the door close behind him and erased everything on the computer. He then used his invisibility jutsu to disappear again. He stayed in the room and watched in silence as Shizune, the Hokage's secretary, came in and started messing around with the computer and printing out some documents of some random shinobi. Naruto took this chance to get out of the tower because he had time to go somewhere else. He had enough time to break into the Yondaimi's home and get his jutsu now that he had the fake Madara's identity. When the Anbu team saw the Chunin at the main gate with Izumo and Kotetsu who had been knocked out, they began to look around. Because the two ninja were thought to be lazy, one cat. Masked Anbu with purple hair got a tick mark on her forehead. She went down and slapped Izumo on the back of the head while screaming, "Wake up!" However, it did not work, so she began shaking him like a rag doll until he woke up. They tried many things, but Izumo was still asleep, so none of them worked. When Anbu saw that something was wrong, she called out to her teammates. Someone yelled, "Help!" from the Anbu. As soon as her teammates saw her, they came over and checked on the two shinobi. This bird. Masked Anbu with sandy, spiked hair told the shinobi they'd been knocked out with genjutsu. This was done by a master of genjutsu. Whoever did it has as much genjutsu as Kurenai or even Itachi Uchiha. You three should stay here while I report this to the Hokage, the Anbu said, and a series of "hi"s were heard before he sped off to the Hokage's office to tell her what had happened. He thought that their enemies had broken in and taken them hostage. As usual, Tsunade was sitting in her office. Sakura's training had been good. She had already mastered medical ninjutsu and was now making great progress thanks to her incredible strength. Since that plant, like Akatsuki member who was so interested in dead people, there hadn't been any trouble in the village. The bird of her Anbu agent came into her office on her knees, waking her up from her thoughts. Hokage. Sama not 5 minutes ago did my team and I find the two gate guards, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane knocked out by genjutsu. Said the bird with a mask. What? Tsunade asked as she jumped out of her chair and slammed her hands on the desk. I quickly deduced that they were knocked out less than an hour and a half ago by a master of genjutsu. I think it might be Itachi Uchiha. Told the Anbu. Then, another Anbu agent in a boar mask showed up kneeling down next to the first one. A masked boar told Hokage. Sama, someone broke into the Yondaimi's Hokage's private estate.
Tsunade was getting a terrible headache just reading those few sentences. Get all the Ambu units you can find and send me Team Kurenai, Team Asuma, and Team Kakashi. If an enemy of the village gets the Hiraishin, it will be bad for us. Go! Yelled Tsunade as the Ambu ran off to face the intruder. While at the Namikaze estate, Naruto was going down to his dad's library. He was hoping to learn any useful jutsu, but he had to get one that would be very useful in the long run. He had no trouble getting into the estate because the outer gate was covered with different types of barriers that were easy to break through with the Uzumaki clan scrolls that Zetsu would get from the ruins of Uzushiogakure. He knew that he had told the Anbu about the village, so he had to quickly get what he needed. Thank the gods, there it was. The scroll on how to learn the Hiraishin, sitting on a pedestal. He opened it up and scanned it with his Sharingan, and it was real. It seemed silly to leave one of the world's most powerful jutsu out in the open like a trophy, but maybe his father was a proud person. A loud halt and footsteps followed him. He could tell that 3 Anbu members were ready to attack him because their chakra was rising. They were people he didn't know from his past, so he could kill them without feeling bad about it. What was he thinking? He wouldn't feel bad about killing his own friends. He took 3 kunai out of his left wrist and charged them with lightning chakra, which made them faster and stronger at cutting. He threw them at the Anbu, but they didn't have time to even move before they fell to the ground dead. As he put the Hiraishin scroll away, Ryu ran out of the manor and into the courtyard. Then he was surrounded by more Anbu going over some quick hand signs. Naruto took a deep breath and yelled. Kaden. Onidoro, fire release, demon lantern. And he was a fireball that turned into an Oni head and flew very fast at the Anbu team. As soon as they hit their targets, the Anbu members were burned badly enough that the heat got through their armor and set them on fire in a 4th degree. As he ran some more, Kurenai and Asuma jumped out in front of him. Then Kiba knew that man was the one who ran into him. Hey, I know you. You're that guy. Kiba yelled at Naruto, and his partner, Akamaru, gave him a thumbs up. Everyone looked at this strangely except Choji and Shiakamaru. Ryu said in a harsh voice, so you remember me? You're not as dumb as I first thought. This made Kiba turn red in the face and put out his fist in front of him. As Shikamaru combed his hair with his hand, he said, troublesome. Naruto thought, I can't use the Rasengan because it would reveal my identity, and I have to use only a certain number of shadow clones. This is so annoying. He sneezed because of that. Naruto used chakra to power his fingers and made some hand signs faster than anyone could see. Futon. Ukamitsume Taikiyatsu no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wolf Claw Cyclone Technique. Naruto yelled as he cut the air with his left hand, making 4 wind blades that howled like wolves. Everyone there barely had time to move out of the way as the wind blades cut down 4 trees behind them, leaving behind clean pieces of wood. But Team Kurenai didn't see 4 more howling blades coming at them. It turns out you can make 8 claws of wind, not 4. Before the wind hit, the team barely had time to get ready. They were going to die for sure. A voice yelled, Doden. Doryuheki, Earth Release, Earth. Style Wall. Then an earth wall with 4 bulldog heads appeared in front of Team Kurenai to protect them from the wind claws. But the wind. Sharpened blades cut deep into the wall. If it weren't for the chakra. Enhanced earth, it would have gone right through. The wall was barely holding up, it was only an inch away from going through. When Kakashi showed up in front of everyone, his Sharingan was on fire, and he held a kunai ready to fight. Kakashi asked, is everyone okay? Asuma jumped next to Kakashi and said, yeah, we were fine. Kakashi asked Shikamaru, what can you tell me about his guy that I don't already know? Shikamaru replied. Everyone looked at him with wide eyes, shocked that he knew the person. His name is Ryu Yokazi. It was Shikamaru who said, Kiba, Choji, and I ran into him earlier. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. What we have seen already is that he has a wind and fire affinity. That katana on his back signifies at least expertise in kenjutsu, but other than that we have no idea of his other skills. There were a few things you left out, but all of those were right, Ryu said. But he was cut off when a tree grew behind him and wrapped its branches around him. Damn. Naruto felt sad as he thought, I was hoping not to reveal my Sharingan, but it looks like I have to if I want to get out of this genjutsu. He felt sorry for the person who had trapped him in a genjutsu. After that, Kurenai came out of the tree trunk with a kunai ready to cut Naruto's throat. It was Naruto who thought, Megan, Kyo Tenchi. 10. Demonic illusion. Mirror heaven and earth change. He looked into Kurenai's eyes. Now Kurenai was stuck in a tree. But that wasn't what shocked her. It was the man in front of her having the. Kurenai said in a whisper, Sharingan. Then Kurenai was back in her own body. When she turned around, she saw Hinata directing her chakra at her, stopping the genjutsu. But she had to tell everyone about this new development. It was important that everyone knew about it. He yelled, everyone's genjutsu doesn't work against him. Kiba yelled back, why? It screamed, because he has the Sharingan. Everyone was shocked to see another person using a Sharingan. They also noticed that all of the Uchiha bodies had been burned so that the Sharingan couldn't be transplanted into their eyes. How did this person get it? Who was he really? Everyone seemed to be shocked, and the wind seemed to respond by flapping around more quickly. The strands that were chin, length and framed Naruto's face moved around a bit. The strands that fell between his eyes and split at his nose also moved around a bit. The flames on his black cloak flew all over the place. Yeah. I have the Sharingan, it was a gift from someone important to me. Rai said proudly. Kiba yelled, oh yeah, and who? Naruto said in a dark voice, why does it matter? The person is dead, just like you will be soon? He did some signs with his hands. Naruto yelled, Raiden, Raiju Hashiri Paku no Jutsu, lightning release, beast running pack technique. As 10 pale wolves made of lightning charged at the group of shinobi. Naruto was able to control the wolves by running lightning chakra through his hands. He made the wolves attack the group of shinobi. Because he thought quickly, Asuma used a wind jutsu to save the lives of Shino and his team. It was Asuma who yelled, Futon, Keizengai no Jutsu, wind release, wind dome technique. A wind dome formed around the 5 shinobi and protected them. Other people weren't as lucky, though. The wolves' claws were sharper than katanas, and they easily snuck past everyone else, doing terrible damage to all of them. 5 people against 10, including Akamaru, wasn't a good matchup. Whenever they dodged, the hounds charged, and the lightning numbing their bodies made them move and react more slowly than they were. How could they get away from this? They would definitely die if they didn't get away. Soon, Ryu was about to kill them when he noticed a shadow above him. When he looked up, the sun's light made the shadow above him impossible to see. The shadow yelled, Sutenkyaku, heavenly foot of pain. He stopped using his jutsu and, with his Sharingan, just barely avoided the chakra. Enhanced falling axe kick that would have hit him in the head. The area was filled with dust right away. It was so thick that only a Hyuga's Byakugan could see through it. The dust in Naruto's eyes didn't bother him as he watched the work of someone he used to call Ba-chan. When the dust settled, the outline of the Godem Hokage, Tsunade Senju, could be seen. Naruto was sure he would never forget how strong that monster was. So he just smiled and said, today was pretty funny. This made his day even more interesting. Who are you? Why did you attack my ninja? Tsunade asked in a voice that showed she was ready to be in charge. He couldn't remember if they were the ones who attacked him, so Naruto just smiled. He chose to attack her on a psychological level because he knew how to get under her skin and make her lose focus. Is that all you got, a simple strong axe kick? Rai asked. Which made Tsunade frown. I understand that in your old age, you're not as strong as you once were. But I didn't know old age had gotten to you this bad, in fact I think I see a gray hair or two and maybe a few wrinkles. Said Naruto. Every man in the world made a silent face at the other man for saying something so stupid. Tsunade's hair blocked out her eyes, and flames of righteous female rage were flickering off of her body and baking the ground. Tsunade yelled, Anbu, kill him right now. A group of Anbu from the trees jumped out and drew their katanas on the man who looked like a samurai. Naruto took his katana out of its sheath and used his wind affinity to make it much sharper. The Anbu soldiers didn't have a chance because their own katanas were cut in half, and they were soon joined by the bodies cut from the chests to the shoulders. Their blood stained the grass they were standing on. People who saw it were shocked at how strong this man was. He was fighting the black ops like they were nothing. To make matters worse, he had the Sharingan, which made him even more dangerous because he could see their moves. After that, Ryu heard whistling coming from 2 green blurs that attacked him and said, Dynamic entry. In Naruto's mind,
This was not a good sign because he would probably have broken bones in his arms if not for the pronged bracers that were protecting him. As Naruto got his balance back, he flew back a few meters and shaved the ground with his feet. Well, if it isn't the freak with the large eyebrows and his mini clone. With that annoying smirk of his, Ryu spoke insultingly. This made Guy and Lee frown at the names he called them. They quickly got into their taijutsu positions and were ready to fight the man. Come Lee, let us fan our flames of youth, and show our adversary what it's like to fight taijutsu masters. Guy said that. Well, Lee too, I don't know if anyone has noticed yet, but... Guy said in Lee's ear in a whisper that everyone could hear. This man is dangerous. This made a lot of sweat droplets appear on everyone's heads. Oh, excellent advice, Guy. Sensei, I'll write it down. Lee pulled out a pencil and notepad and began writing down what Guy had said. The sweat drops got bigger because of this. Guy then hit Lee in the face and yelled, "You idiot. When you're in battle, you don't have time to write." Guy said it with pride and a smile on his white teeth. Wow, that's even better advice. Lee didn't care that his teacher had hit him. He kept writing, "I'll write it down." From his perch, Ryu found it slightly amusing that they looked like they could be good circus clowns if they weren't shinobi. It looked like 20 Anbu were coming at Naruto from behind. He put the katana in his right hand and made some hand signs, ending with the tiger sign. Naruto yelled, "Kaden, Bakufu Ranbu, fire release, blast wave wild dance." As he spewed fire out of his mouth, making a huge vortex of fire that was spiraling around him. They were stuck in a vortex of intense flames and heat. They couldn't get out or they would be burned by the Holocaust. When Ryu ended his just you, he saw all the damage he had caused. The only thing that was left were the ashes of the Anbu. So that he could get away, Naruto turned off the weight seals on his gloves, boots, and belt. He took off at such high speeds that Guy and Lee were shocked. Naruto was jumping from building to building in his home village because he was ready to leave because his position was in danger. Another Anbu soldier with a kunai appeared in front of him, but Naruto quickly silenced him with his hands. Naruto yelled, "Raiden, Hekirikirion Shouj Kiha, lightning release, Thunder Lion shockwave," and held out his hand. A lightning wave with the head of a lion in the middle hit the Anbu straight on, killing the poor shinobi. Ryu kept running out of the village without anyone stopping him. Maizaigakure no Jutsu, Naruto thought as he passed out while running through the village. After he used his jutsu, the Konoha forces that were after him quickly lost track of him because it made him invisible. Everyone else had stopped seeing the man in black, and the only thing Tsunade saw left was the symbol on the back of his coat. The picture was of a black dragon ready for battle, ready to take on any challenge. Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon, was all she could think as the dragon symbol and the person in the coat vanished. It looked like Tsunade and her forces had lost track of the intruder, so they stopped chasing after them. Anbu. Hurt everyone and get them to the hospital. In 10 minutes, Asuma and Shikamaru should meet me in my office. Ordered Tsunade and the Anbu teams to go get the hurt people to the hospital. Not long after, Akamaru, Kurenai, Hinata, Kiba, and Kakashi were taken to the hospital for emergency surgery. Tsunade was in her office, and Asuma and Shikamaru, the two most important officers who fought the Black Dragon, without getting hurt, were standing in front of her. "Tell me everything you learned about this Ryu Yokazi when battling with him." Tsunade was told. He then stepped forward, ready to answer. "From what we learned from our fight Hokage Sama, is that Ryu Yokazi has 3 nature affinities, fire, wind and lightning, and he displayed immense control over each," he said. Shikamaru. He also seemed adept at genjutsu as he used the Kyo Tenchi 10 against Kurenai Sensei with relative ease, but I'm not sure if he did that himself or the Sharingan did it for him. "Oh, and yeah, he has the Sharingan," stated Shikamaru. Everyone in the room thought, he just said he had the Sharingan. Asuma then walked up and took a drag from his cigarette. "From what I was able to observe, is that he has extraordinary stealth and infiltration skills as he was able to slip past the Anbu in the village with effortless skill coupled with the fact that he is a master at Fuinjutsu as he was able to get into the Yondaime Hokage's estate which is known for having every kind of defense seal there is. He was also a master at Kenjutsu as well as the way he wielded that katana had the look of a master with years of experience. We weren't able to see he taijutsu skills because we engaged him in long-ranged attacks but his speed was tremendous as he outran Guy and Lee easily and dodged your chakra-enhanced falling axe kick." Asuma was told, and he used psychological warfare very well when he, called you old, Asuma said. Tsunade got a point, but now wasn't the time to punch Asuma through a wall. And he's quite the smartass. The man sighed. Everything they knew about him, about the dragon, showed that he was a man who was trained in all kinds of shinobi combat and war, a man who was trained to kill. And what about the way he looks? Tsunade asked. We weren't able to get much because he wore a hood that shadowed most of his face, stated Shikamaru. But I will tell you what I know, he has light skin, in between tanned and pale and sun. Kissed golden blonde hair. Is that it? Tsunade asked. The Shikamaru replied, yeah. It wasn't a lot of information, but it was enough to be useful. Okay. Tsunade said, I will add Ryu Yoki to the bingo book right away because he was able to kill many Anbu and seriously hurt Kakashi. I will put him as a high ranking shinobi in the bingo book. As Tsunade called out to her assistant, Shizune. And Shizune ran into the room with a scared look on her face. Shizune said, yes, Tsunade. Sama. As Tsunade folded her arms under her large bust, she said, make a profile of everything we've found out about Ryu Yoki. Shizune agreed and said, yes, Tsunade. Sama. Tsunade let her mind wander. All she could do was hope that Ryu Yoki didn't get what she hoped he wouldn't get. A few days later Zetsu was reading the latest update on the Konoha's bingo book. But only one shinobi really caught his attention. Name: Ryu Yoki. Title: Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon. Gender: male. Ninja rank: S. Rank: age: unknown. Physical description and clothing: light-skinned and sun. Kissed golden hair. Wears black samurai-like armor and a black coat with bright red flame motifs on the tattered edges, along with 6 magatama on the cloak's collar and light blue rope belt. Has a symbol of a black, battle-ready dragon on the back of the cloak. Wanted for mass murder, robbery, failed assassination of a cage, attempted murder of various Konoha nin. Skills: 3 nature affinities: fire, wind and lightning, well-versed in multiple high-ranking ninjutsu and multiple high-ranking unknown ninjutsu. Taijutsu is unknown except for incredibly fast speed. Genjutsu is a known master of genjutsu. Master at fuinjutsu. Master at stealth assassination and infiltration. Keki Genkai, Sharingan. Warning: engage with extreme caution. Wanted dead or alive, 90 million Ryo. Well, Naruto doesn't take long to draw attention to himself, said the white half. Yes, already he has become an S. Ranked shinobi in the bingo books and his bounty is admirable too, said the black Zetsu. Should we inform Pain that we have found the potential recruit? Said white Zetsu. Yes, although did he have to reveal his Sharingan, it was too soon to reveal his trump card. Complained black Zetsu at the thought of revealing such impertinent information. Pain was looking over a megacure again, just watching his people go by. Zetsu had yet to find the promising recruit that he would recruit into the Akatsuki, and Nagato's patience was wearing thin. Then Konan walked into the room, her blank gaze on Yahiko's corpse, which acted as the main body of Pawn. Has Zetsu contacted you about the potential recruit? Asked Pain. Yes, Zetsu has told me of the candidate and he's even given me the new edition of Konoha's bingo book. On page 9 is our potential recruit, said Konan as she opened the book to the appropriate page. His name is Ryu Yoki, said Konan, and then she listed down the skills and qualities of Ryu, and Nagato listened intently to what she had to say. Zetsu has the perfect eye for talent. Not only that, but he has the Sharingan, he could make the perfect asset. Have Zetsu enlist the aid of Ryu Yoki. Immediately, commanded Pain in his stoic persona, a little eager to meet the ninja known as Yoki. Very well, said Konan as she walked out the room through the door to meet up with Zetsu. Pain gazed out at a megacure, contemplating the next move of the Akatsuki. In a few months they would be hunting the Biju, so to create a weapon that would bring about peace through pain. He finally made it, all that running and walking, and now he was back at the mountain's graveyard. His mission was a success. He found out the identity of the fake Madara, Obito Uchiha, and retrieved the Hiraishin, while finally testing his power against the shinobi of the leaf, and he was pleased with the results. This was one thrilling day for him. But he knew that his work wasn't finished, it had only just begun. Then Zetsu appeared next to him in his usual manner and said, "Welcome to the Akatsuki, welcome to the Akatsuki."
said the two halves at the same time. Naruto smiled to himself, his signature dark, sickly smiles. Now it was time to dispose of the fake Madara and become one step closer to achieving the Eye of the Moon plan. It was all going according to plan. Pain looked at a Megacure once more. He was thinking about the new Akatsuki candidate. Yokazi Ryu. A shinobi with the rank of S who had just recently broken into the Hidden Leaf village. Many of Konoha's best shinobi were killed or hurt, and he almost killed the Hokage, Tsunade Senju. He also had the Sharingan, which is one of the strongest Keki Genkai in the world. He might even have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Zetsu was right about what he thought about Yokazi. He was a strong shinobi in battle. Even though he didn't know which village he was from, the Akatsuki were happy to have him as long as he was an S. Ranked shinobi. Someone named Mr. Yokazi had a 700 trillion bounty on his head, and he told Kakazu not to go after him. The Akatsuki treasurer, Kakatsu, would do anything to get that money back. But then there was the issue of his position in the organization. He didn't have a partner and the ring that connected him to the demonic statue was missing. Orochimaru had the Sky ring, which Ryu Yokazi needed to become a real member of the Akatsuki. He already had a partner in mind, even though he hadn't met the man himself, he knew he could trust him with his chosen partner. And maybe give them a pain in the side. Tsunade was massaging her head because she was getting a migraine. There was a lot of noise in the village because of Ryu Yokazi, especially among the Anbu, Rookie 9, and Team Guy. Now it was Rookie 7 since Sasuke betrayed the group and Naruto died. She called Jiraiya right away to talk about the overly successful infiltration. And what she saw and heard about this Yokazi had to be talked about behind closed doors so that Danzo and the elders wouldn't find out. But even with all the information she had gathered, it seemed like what Yokazi showed her was just the tip of the iceberg of his power. She also had a strong suspicion that Ryu was playing around with all the ninja he fought. There was just one question. What does Ryu Yokazi look like? I hoped Jiraiya knew the answer. And talk about the devil when the old satyr came through the window. Supheim, you wanted to talk to me, Jiraiya said with a smile. Wait, don't tell me. You finally came and want to confess to me that you love me. Jiraiya went on. Jiraiya's behavior in the serious matter made Tsunade laugh, and he gave her a check mark. Tsunade said, no, that's not what I called you for, Jiraiya. Jiraiya took on his serious attitude. Tsunade asked, how are the monkey brats making progress? Who? Konohamaru, if you told me that he might be an idiotic genius I would have spat sake in your face. Jiraiya said that. But seriously, his training has been good and this is a great way of repaying sensei by training his grandson, but his current power level would be that of a low genin. Give me another year and he may be low chunin level. Jiraiya told me. This made Tsunade nod. She remembered when the young Sarutobi walked into her office 2 years ago and demanded that someone teach him how to get revenge on Naruto and catch the person who killed him. Going back. Naruto had been dead for a month, and Tsunade had been working non-stop since she became Hokage, which is a terrible job. Konohamaru Sarutobi was a strange person. He used to be one of the biggest pranksters in the village, but now he was set on getting Sasuke Uchiha punished for killing his adopted brother Naruto. Naruto's personal trainer, Ebisu, would come over and talk to her about his training. He would also say that he was glad that Demon Brat was gone and that he wasn't corrupting Konohamaru. In reality, Naruto was just helping the kid in his usual way. This made Tsunade very sick, and he spent 3 months in the hospital. The boy she called Monkey Brat walked into her office while she was just giving the go ahead for a B-level mission. Konohamaru yelled, "Hey, you old hag." Even though Tsunade kept her cool, she had 2 big tick marks on her forehead. Anyone else who called her old made her even angrier, because there was only one person who could do it. They were both named Konohamaru Sarutobi, which meant the blonde was really Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze. The person Tsunade called Konohamaru said, yes, monkey brat. She was busy and didn't have time to deal with this. He pointed his finger at Tsunade and said, I need a new sensei because you put the closet pervert Ebisu in the hospital. A chance then hit her like a ton of bricks. Well, there's a certain shinobi who could hire you as his apprentice, Tsunade said with a spark in her eye. Konohamaru asked, yeah, who? He wouldn't use sexy jutsu again if this guy was a better teacher than Ebisu. He won't be hard to find at the hot springs, Tsunade said.
It was time for Konohamaru to leave the office and go to the hot springs. End of flashback. Jiraiya took Konohamaru on a trip to train. This way, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The sexiest man in the world couldn't get into the hot springs, and she got a naughty kid out of her hair. Jiraiya asked Tsunade, "Tsunade, tell me the real reason you called me back to the village." Tsunade was about to answer when people she didn't want to see came into her office. Danzo and her close friends and family. Kaharu Udatane said, "Hokage Sama, we need to talk." Tsunade thought, just great, as if I didn't already have enough to deal with. We received reports that the village had been infiltrated. Again. Danzo told us. In his mind, Danzo didn't think Tsunade was smart enough to be Hokage like Hiruzen had been before her. As soon as the Kyuubi container was sealed, the Sandaime should have given Danzo control of it. He should also have given the last Uchiha to be trained emotionally and become a loyal village tool for him. Yes, that's why I also called Jiraiya here, Tsunade replied. Jiraiya asked, "Wait a minute. Someone snuck into the village." Tsunade gave him a nod and began to explain. 1 week ago an assailant penetrated the defenses of the Leaf. His name was Ryu Yoki. Kicked off Tsunade. He was able to pass by the detection barrier and knocked out 2 Chunin stationed at the main gate of the village, and yet he wandered around the village as if he was a citizen. We are currently unaware if he had an ulterior motive, but he was after what we believe is the Hiraishin no Jutsu of the Yondaime Hokage. Tsunade was told. Danzo asked, and was he able to get the Yondaime's jutsu? We believe so. But we don't know, no one has been inside the Yondaime's estate ever since the Kyuubi attack 15 years ago. And the only person that was allowed in was the Yondaime's stated heir. Said Tsunade. But the Yondaime had no heir, Tsunade. What you are spouting is nonsense and flawed information. Danzo blew up. The old Warhawk tried for years to get the Hiraishin to join his root program, but Sarutobi always said no, and he couldn't even get into the farm. Then you obviously don't remember the hospital incident 2 years ago, when a member of the Akatsuki ran a blood test at the hospital. Jiraiya said that. That was Naruto's blood, they were scanning it since he was Minato's heir. Kuharu screamed, "Impossible. There is no possible way that the demon brat is the son of the Yondaime." The elders saw the resemblance between Naruto and the Yondaime when Jiraiya pointed to a picture of the Yondaime on the wall. But they wouldn't believe all the evidence that was in front of them. You can't dispute all the evidence, and we also have a birth certificate, and we can always show the recording from 2 years ago. Jiraiya told us. The old people had to accept that Naruto was the son of the Yondaime. In Minato's will it stated that Naruto would inherit everything from his father when he turned 18, including the Hiraishin, and if any of Naruto's children should he have any would receive the same benefit. Jiraiya went on. But Naruto is dead, so no one can claim the inheritance. It's just empty right now, the Toad Sennin said. Then you should give me the inheritance, I can put everything within the Yondaime's library to use. Danzo offered the idea. There was only one more chance for him to get the Yondaime's special move. Tsunade said, no. Danzo gave the granddaughter of the Shodem a mean look. In the will it was never mentioned that any of the Yondaime's jutsu would go to the village. So the estate and all its contents will be just an old ruin. But let's get back to the reason I called Jiraiya here instead of you 3, Tsunade said as she glared at the older people. Ryu Yoki was able to sneak into the village, kill multiple Anbu and injure several clan heirs and top Jonin. We are unsure if he was contracted to do this or he was here on his own free will, but what we did discover was. But she stopped by Jiraiya. He asked, wait a minute, who is this Ryu Yoki? I thought you would have some information on this person. Tsunade said that. Sorry, I've never heard of that guy, Jiraiya said. So could you update this guy on me? Ryu Yoki is a now wanted S. Rank ninja, his background is unknown, his age is unknown, we didn't see any scratched out headband or any headband signaling ninja allegiance, and he didn't use any skills that samurai are known to use. As a person he is a complete unknown, but we were able to get a few things on him when he attacked our shinobi, you should look it up in the bingo book. Suad was informed. He accessed the village and killed several high-ranking Anbu. And quite possibly has the Hiraishin. Tsunade went on. It's like this person fell out of the sky, he is just a complete mystery. This is Badheim. We need to be careful around this Ryu Yoki.
Jiraiya was warned. Tsunade told Yokazi, Yokazi also has the Sharingan. Jiraiya was wide-eyed, wondering how this person could have the Sharingan. That Keki Genkai is only owned by 3 people in the world: Itachi, his brother Sasuke, and a transplanted one in Kakashi. Jiraiya quickly got over his shock and asked, "What should we do about Yokazi?" "I don't know, this man is a ghost. He disappeared as soon as he had appeared and then we lost all traces of his presence. We had the Inuzuka try to find him with his scent but it was lost as soon as he vanished and the Hyuga clan were unable to find him within the village. Probably by then he had already escaped. But if we do see him we capture him and find out any information and intelligence he may have. And if we cannot we kill him and burn his corpse," Tsunade said. But Danzo was planning something, as he always does, while this was going on. He was thinking that if he could get this Mr. Yokazi to join the Leaf and work for him as a root agent, Yokazi would be very useful to him because he knew what he could do. Pain kept an eye on AIM. The invitation to join the Akatsuki had been sent to Ryu Yokazi. It had been a week, and Pain still hadn't heard back. Zetsu appeared from the floor, but you could only see his torso. "Leader Sama, Ryu Yokazi has entered AIM, he has officially agreed to join the Akatsuki." Zetsu said this. Pain never showed any feelings, but he was glad Ryu said yes to the invitation. "Very good Zetsu, I will summon the other Akatsuki members in order to introduce him and await his partner." Pain told me. "In fact I'm happy that Yokazi joined us. I want to see what he's like." Naruto, who was now going by the name Ryu, was walking through the village in the rain. He kept his face straight and didn't look up or down. He only looked at the path he was walking on. The hood of his coat was down because he didn't need to hide his face from the people of AIM, but he still had his Sharingan on. He was having a strange time, though. He could see several women stripping him with his eyes, and they were laughing and blushing. This was possible because the Sharingan gave him better vision. Naruto hadn't talked to any females of his species in more than 2 years, and besides Zetsu and Madara, he didn't have many friends. The women were looking at his face, which made him think he was good looking. A few days ago, he noticed that his face had changed. It was now more angular, and his eyes were more narrow like his father's, but still round. The hair on the sides of his face and between his eyes may have been longer on the nose. Made him look even more attractive overall. They were also looking at his muscles, which he saw were thin and wavy. He was sure that all the exercise Madara made him do had something to do with this. His armor also didn't do much to hide his chest and biceps, which were strong. Or they were meant for his crotch. Where teenage girls and women of other ages turned bright red and later had nosebleeds that wouldn't stop. The women were taken to Ames Hospital to get treatment for blood loss. Naruto thought everything was strange, but he had a funny feeling that he couldn't put his finger on. It made him laugh. When Zetsu invited him to join the Akatsuki, he gave him a letter that told him to go to the tallest tower in the Hidden Rain. He thought that was where the Akatsuki leader stayed. He had already met other Akatsuki members, which he called a pleasure. Itachi Uchiha is Sasuke's older brother, and Kisame Hoshigaki is the monster of the hidden mist in Kirigakure. Even though he hadn't met any of the other members, he was sure that at least some of them were crazy because that was the case with most S-ranked shinobi. But he wasn't sure who he would be paired up with. There were a million ideas going through his mind. He just hoped it was someone calm and not a crazy person. He didn't want to argue about which idea was better or more right. He didn't have the time or patience for that. After that, he could see Pain's tower. It really was the tallest tower in the village. It was much taller than any of the other skyscraper. Like towers, and Naruto thought it was pretty cool. On each side of the tower, it had 4 faces, and many pipes and tubes stuck out of each face. Naruto could just barely make out the shape of one of the faces' tongues. He just shrugged it off and kept going. He got to the base of the tower and saw a chain link fence around it. He jumped the fence and went up to a door on the tower's side. He saw stairs when he opened the door. There were a lot of stairs, so he groaned and began to climb the tower. Pain, Zetsu, and Konan were all waiting for Ryu to show up next to Pain. Konan was a little worried because she didn't know what this Yokazi person would be like. What if he liked killing like Sasori and Hidan? What if he was crazy like Kisame and Kakazu? All she could hope for was that he didn't have a stupid obsession with art or money.
It didn't matter to Pain what Ryu was like as long as he helped him reach his main goal. Zetsu. It was just Zetsu, so no one but Naruto knew what he was thinking. But Naruto would be half right. They heard footsteps coming from the door behind them and the sound of armor clinking together. White Zetsu smiled. Nar. Ryu would find it hard to get used to having a partner, but he knew that all the training he had done over the years had to pay off somehow, so this would be, at the very least, interesting. Black Zetsu couldn't smile, but he was kind of looking forward to seeing how Ryu would react to working with someone else. When the door opened, the three people saw a man dressed in black. He was dressed in black leather armor that fit him very well. On his shoulders were black pauldrons with spikes, and he also wore black bracers with spikes and black gloves with claws. The silver claws on his toes and the sharp spurs on the back of his heel made his boots stand out. There were rope ends on his light blue belt that hung between his crotch and right leg and went below his knee. He also wore a black coat with no sleeves that was torn around the edges and had bright red flame designs on them. The back of the coat had the kanji for Kuro Ryu, which means Black Dragon. The coat had a hood and a long collar with 6 silver magatama on each collar. He also had a long katana on his back. It was held in a sheath and had a 23-inch light blue rope on the handle. The shape of his face was narrow, and he had golden, spiked hair that fell into a low ponytail. He also had shin-length hair that framed the sides of his face and nose. Length hair that fell between his eyes and split at the nose. His eyes were narrow and a little rounded, and he had a pair of blood-red Sharingan in each one. The man was really good looking. If he wasn't a shinobi, he'd make a great male model. When Konan looked down at his man package, she got a little red in the face because she thought he was pretty big. Pain and Zetsu both missed the pink mark on her cheeks. Pain turned around and looked at Ryu. When he first saw the man, he thought of someone who was sure of himself and proud of his power. But the blonde hair was something he never thought of. Pain said, "Welcome, Ryu Yokazi, to the Akatsuki and a Megacure." Pain's words didn't register in Ryu's body, but his eyes told the truth. He took an Akatsuki cloak from Konan and gave it to him. Naruto was stunned by how beautiful this woman was. She had a perfect heart-shaped face and beautiful blue hair that was tied back in a bun with a blue origami flower. Her amber eyes sparkled and she had a unique piercing under her lip. He could tell she had a killer body under her cloak. He would use the word magnificent to describe her. He took the cloak in his hands. It was black with red clouds just like always. Ryu took Konan's cloak off, but he didn't notice that his gloved hand touched hers for a moment, which seemed to spark a spark between them. Konan got a little red in the face, but Naruto tried to hide it. After years of learning from Madara, he was able to handle his feelings pretty well. He put the cloak over his body and adjusted the sheath on his katana. He looked great in the cloak, and you could still see his coat that came to his ankles. "Now Ryu, I will be teaching you a jutsu that will allow us to communicate with the rest of the Akatsuki," said Pain. "You only require the ram seal and you only say the jutsu's name." Everyone in the room focused their chakra and made the ram hand sign. Because he had the Sharingan, Naruto could read lips, so Pain didn't have to tell him the name of the secret move. The whole room joined in chanting, "Gentashin no Jutsu," which means magic lantern body technique. Afterward, they were in a room that looked like a cave and had a lit lantern in the middle. Naruto saw that his body looked like an astral rainbow. The only parts that didn't look like a rainbow were his eyes and the red clouds on his cloak. He also saw that Pain, Zetsu, and the blue-haired woman he didn't know were with him, and then 6 more astral bodies appeared. He didn't recognize 4 of these bodies, but he did recognize Itachi and Kisame, even though the celestial bodies were in the way. Then everyone looked at the leader. Zetsu had told Naruto earlier that he should call Pain leader Sama, but he didn't know that even Itachi supported Pain. The Uchiha prodigy was very strong. Besides Madara and his brother Izuna, he was one of the strongest Uchiha to come out of the clan. As for the other S-level criminals who were with him, bowed to the leader. "Welcome. I have gathered you all here to welcome the newest member of the Akatsuki," stated Pain. Everyone in the room except Konan and Zetsu looked at the newcomer. The people who were most interested in the new member were Deidara and Itachi. When Deidara looked at this guy, he saw the eyes he hated the most, Sharingan. He would always remember how humiliated he felt when Itachi beat him before he joined the group. The only thing Itachi would do was raise an eyebrow, and that was it. But he couldn't help but wonder, why does this man have the Sharingan? Who is he? An Uchiha? Pain went on, this is Ryu Yokazi. He was going to say something, but Kakazu stopped him. I've heard of you, Kuro Ryu, Black Dragon, quite the bounty on your head and all the shit you've done. Stated Kakazu. It's too bad I can't kill you yet, I would have loved all that money. Now Kakazu, he might be a fellow follower of Jashin. Sama. Hidan said. So tell Mr. Yokazi, do you follow the laws of Jashin? Sama? Ryu asked with his usual blank look, who? Hidan was angry about what Naruto said. Is that some kind of wandering clown who uses his hands as feet and feet as hands and can't tell the difference between his ass and head? Rai went on. Now Hidan was mad that this blasphemer was insulting his god, and on top of that, he had a smirk that said, I'm better than you. The Jashinist looked like he was ready to kill someone. Kakazu just smiled because he liked this guy already. Itachi's face twitched a little because he thought it was funny, Kisame laughed, Sasori's face was hidden, Deidara laughed a little, and Konan smiled a little. You blasphemer, you jerk. Hidan pointed his three-pointed scythe at Ryu. He said, maybe I should give you to Jashin. Sama. She teased Naruto with her annoying smirk, sorry, I don't swing that way, and I don't like clowns. He wanted to punch that guy in the face so badly that smoke was coming out of his ears. Along with Sasori, Kakazu and Deidara, Itachi and Kakazu started to laugh. Konan also let out a few giggles. Now threaten me again, and I'll stab your eyes with needles and make you remember what you fear the most, Ryu said, giving off a hint of murderous intent. His body was frozen with fear, and since he couldn't die, Ryu had to be serious. Kisame had a sickly grin on his face, Itachi didn't seem to feel anything, Sasori was laughing at Hidan's reaction, Deidara whistled, and Kakazu was smirking at the mental image he could make up. Still, there were some questions that had to be answered. Hey, Ryu, my man, how do you have those evil eyes? Deidara asked. Even though he didn't like Sharingans, he liked Ryu even though they had only known each other for a short time. Naruto replied, they were a gift. You asked how I have these eyes, not who or when I got them, so, no. More questions about my Keki Genkai. Scolded Rai darkly. Deidara felt smaller when Ryu looked at him with such a sharp gaze. He reminded himself not to irritate him. Naruto's attention was caught when Sasori asked, may I ask Ryu? The Sasori asked, what do you think of art? Deidara cut Naruto off before he could answer. Why would Ryu, my man, be interested in your art, Saori, my man? Deidara asked. True art is a spur of the moment, watching it dazzle the sky and in a bang it is gone. That is true art, I don't think I asked you on what your poultry version of art is. Deidara talked about Sasori. Besides, true art is eternal beauty, making it last forever, preserving it through the ages, that is the only way art can be appreciated. Ryu coughed, which got the attention of the two artists who were arguing. My version of art? Is that what you said, what was it, Sasori? Asked Rai. Saori asked, yes, what is your art? Ryu thought about this for a while, but all he could think about was training and his main goal. He then turned to look at Konan and found the real answer. Art is enjoying one's passion in the company of another, this kind of art is temporary but it's far more enjoyable and pleasurable, said Naruto. Not only Deidara and Sasori, but everyone in the room, especially Konan, was interested. Good. Since we have introduced each other, it's time for missions that the Akatsuki have been contracted to undertake, I will relay these missions later. Pain said this, he turned to Yokazi. Ryu, I know you don't have a partner in the organization, so you will be paired with Konan, Pain said. Konan's eyes grew wide when she heard this because she hadn't expected to be split up from Nagato. Ryu didn't mind though. As long as they could work together, he wasn't upset. Your first mission as a partners will be to retrieve Orochimaru's Akatsuki ring, assassinating him is secondary and only when the opportunity presents itself. Pain went on. Nagato knew that Ryu was very good at sneaking around. If he could get into Konohagakure, it wouldn't be hard to get to Orochimaru's base. Now go. Then Naruto found himself back at the Dull Tower. Seeing Zetsu just being Zetsu, he looked around.
As Zetsu moved through the ground, he said, I will try to find Orochimaru's base. All I know is that it is hidden near Kusagakure. Ryu saw Konan moving around awkwardly when she looked over at her. She wasn't ready for this. Konan was having a hard time right now. Even though she knew why Pain put her with Ryu, she didn't like being around him and didn't want to be away from Nagato. She then calmed down when she realized what was going on. I will meet you at the entrance to the village in half an hour, said Konan. Ryu gave a nod and left the tower, heading for the front door. There was no one else around when he got to the village gate. Until Zetsu showed up. White Zetsu teased Naruto, you got quite a good catch there.
I mean, she's really hot, White Zetsu would have said, but the blonde with the Sharingan gave him a mean look that stopped him.
He didn't like it when Zetsu was like this. Naruto called out, White Zetsu. The white half of him shivered a little from the intense light. Ryu asked, how do you picture your death? Zetsu spat out, Naruto looked interested and asked, do you want me to choose your death for you? I'm pretty sure that can be arranged. The black half of Zetsu laughed, while the white half hid. Naruto made the white half look like a jerk just by looking at him. The black half said, I will try to find Orochimaru's exact location near Kusagakure, but it will take 3 days. The plant thing then sank into the ground. After a short time, Ryu saw Konan walk over to him wearing a funnel-shaped straw hat with tassels hanging off of it and a small bell on a red string. As she gave him the straw hat, she said, here. He grabbed it from her hands and put it on his head. It felt good. Rai said, thank you. Konan blushed a little, but he quickly hid it. From where they were, it wasn't too far for them to walk to Kusagakure. For several hours, they walked in painful silence. So Ryu chose to start a conversation. It was a bad question for Ryu to ask, so have you ever met Orochimaru in person? Konan didn't think Ryu would talk to her soon. She chose to answer, though. Konan replied, no, I have never met Orochimaru in person. And I don't particularly want to either. Naruto didn't say anything because he didn't need to know why. There is an inn 25 kilometers from our position, we should rest there for the night, do you agree? Said Rai. I do agree, we won't be able to follow the path and Zetsu's directions during the night. She told us. He didn't think she would be so helpful. He thought she would make his life hard by disobeying his orders and always following her lead and listening to her. Even though he thought this was funny, he accidentally let out a laugh, which Konan heard. Is there something funny? She asked. I find it amusing that you are not what I expected you to be, said Rai. Konan looked at the blonde with a raised eyebrow. She asked, and what did you expect me to be? She was eager to find out what he thought. She blushed when people said nice things about her. I expected a strong, confident woman, and yes, she really is what I expected. But I also expected a woman who would override my authority or follow her own lead and only she chooses the decisions in, example what road we should take. Kanan wasn't sure whether to frown or scowl. The inn was now in their line of sight. A bell rang when they opened the door. Behind a desk was a woman in her middle years. Her hair was dark brown and her eyes were brown. The woman was told, welcome to the Sleeping Lamb. Ryu took off his hat and held it in his hand. The woman behind the counter got very red. Was this guy a male model? But something was off about his eyes. Konan walked up to him and took off her hat too. We need a place to stay the night, and food would be nice too, Konan said in a neutral tone. The woman looked at her, nodded, and gave off a hint of jealousy. Are these two friends? Very well, it just so happens we have a few free rooms. She told me. Now will that be one queen-sized bed or king-sized? She wanted to know. Naruto and Konan both blushed when they heard it until Naruto made up his mind. Ryu stuttered, no, we're just colleagues. That will be tea. 2 queen-sized beds and that's all. He was clearly upset. As she tried to hold back her blush, Konan still had it. The front desk worker smiled and gave the person a room key. It's too bad you two are not together, you'd look like quite the cute couple along with your matching clothes, said the woman. Konan blushed even more. She did like Ryu physically, but that was all. A lot better, Naruto was able to keep his temper in check and hold back a blush that was starting to show. Someone told Naruto that there was a phone for room service after he said, "Thank you for the room." They looked around the big inn and found their room, which was number 69. That number had to be it, Conan thought. She was mad that she thought Yokazi and her were together. Being locked up in a dark cave had made Naruto lose touch with some things. He just looked at the number as if it were a number. The room had 2 queen-sized beds, a coffee table with chairs around it, a small bathroom, and a small kitchen. The phone for room service was by the door. Rai asked, "Are you hungry?" She looked at him for a second and was about to say something when her stomach growled and stopped her. "I'll take that as a yes." He picked up the phone and let it ring for a while. Then someone spoke up. Some kind of talk followed Conan's understanding of, "Yes, I would like to have some food." What was that she heard? "You wouldn't happen to have ramen?" It was Naruto who looked at her. "What do you want?" Even though Conan thought about it for a second, her hunger was more important at that moment. The woman asked, "Do they have flame? Broiled fish?" Ryu asked over the phone, "Do you have flame? Broiled fish?" He put down the phone and sat down on one of the beds, saying, "Yes, that's all. The food will be here in half an hour." Conan sat down on the bed across from him. Rai said out of the blue, "I think we should get to know each other." Conan looked at him with interest. "I want us to be able to work together. We don't have to like each, but understanding each other's fighting style and among other things will encourage teamwork. And not get us killed at the same time. According to Naruto, I will start first. I use all combat ranges ranging from long to close quarters combat, though I prefer close quarters. I am very ninjutsu heavy and sometimes I use genjutsu. I like to mock my opponents so they can lose focus and make mistakes, and I prey upon those mistakes and finish them off my opponents." Conan didn't understand why he was willingly giving her information about himself. She sighed because she knew he was right. "I am a ranged combatant, which will aid you because of your preferable being close quarters combat. I am able to turn my body into paper and hardening them with my chakra to become tougher than steel. I am able to form weapons from those paper sheets as well, and I can suffocate people and slice them to pieces with said paper. And because the paper is infused with chakra, fire jutsus will hardly work against me, and water ninjutsu will have a similar effect," told Conan. Naruto said, "Very good. If you want to get to know me on a personal level, just ask." Conan wasn't sure if she should ask because, other than Nagato, she didn't know many Akatsuki members, and the only one she liked was Itachi, but they didn't talk much. They didn't talk while they ate when their food finally came. The next morning, Naruto woke up early and looked over at Conan, who was still sleeping on the bed in her cloak. He got up and made 10 shadow copies of himself. He then told them to learn the Hiraishin jutsu that he inherited from his father. He knew that even with the shadow copies and the Sharingan, it would take him a few weeks or months to learn such a complicated and powerful jutsu. The original Naruto meditated for a few hours. Even though the Kyuubi had given him a faster healing rate, he still needed to meditate to clear his mind of the memories of his clones. When Conan woke up, the first thing she saw was Ryu Yokazi meditating on his bed. His chest armor was off, so she could see his big muscles. She also noticed that his low ponytail fell between his shoulder blades and was thin but not too thick, which was something she had never seen before. He also didn't have a single scar on his body. But wait, when she adjusted her eyes to the light, she saw what looked like a lightning strike wound. Ryu was still sitting there, not moving, when she sneaked into the bathroom and took off all of her clothes. She peered through the door and saw that he was still there. She turned on the shower and stepped in gracefully, making sure to take off her Akatsuki ring and origami flower. Her ring was white and had the kanji for white on it. After she washed, Conan dried off with a towel and put her clothes back on. When she came out of the bathroom, Zetsu and Ryu were talking to each other. They looked back at her. Naruto said, "We have found Orochimaru's hideout." Conan was interested. "Our main goal was to get his ring, and killing him was a secondary goal. His base is 17 kilometers southwest of where we are and is buried 17 kilometers below the ground. In order to get into his lair, this will make things stronger." "Do we even know where his hiding place's door is?" asked Conan. This time, Zetsu answered. "There are trees around the door, and it's a metal hole in the ground." "Just like Ryu said, it's 17 kilometers southwest from here," Zetsu said. With that in mind, Zetsu merged into the ground. Naruto and Conan were both ready to leave, but Conan remembered to pay the receptionist, while Ryu forgot.
There wasn't much reason to run, so they both walked to their destination. Then Conan remembered what Ryu had said about getting to know each other and working together as a team. Ryu. What do you enjoy? Asked Conan. This question caught Ryu off guard. He couldn't remember what he liked. I like training as a shinobi, getting better, and fighting strong opponents, Naruto replied. She thought he would brush off the question because it was good character development, but he didn't. What do you not like? She went on. He did tell her that she could get to know him better by asking. Ryu said, I dislike idiots, cocky people, ignorance, and snakes. But Conan would never guess that he meant Orochimaru by snakes. Then I think you won't like Orochimaru, Conan said, and Ryu nodded to agree. They could now see the metal hole in the ground where Zetsu had told them Orochimaru would be. Ryu said, well, this is it. Conan didn't notice that his Sharingan was spinning quickly, though. Shikigami no Mai, Conan thought. Then her whole body folded into paper, which she then used to make butterflies out of paper. Naruto didn't say anything because he knew she would have to find the paper somewhere. I thought to myself, Maizaigakyur no Jutsu. His shape then disappeared, and both Akatsuki members dove into the hole, one of them invisible and the other full of thousands of paper butterflies. As they walked down the dark hallway, candles lit the way. If we find Orochimaru's ring or Orochimaru himself, we should let each other know. We need to figure out a way to signal each other, Naruto whispered to the paper butterflies. One of the butterflies turned into a paper airplane, and Ryu nodded his head. Conan could get in touch with him, but not the other way around. He then took out a paintbrush and chakra ink and began drawing a seal on the paper airplane. In a whisper, Ryu said, this seal will heat up when I channel my chakra into it, letting you know that I have the ring. The plane seemed to fly around him, showing that Conan couldn't talk in paper form. They each went their own way to look for the ring. They looked in a lot of rooms but found them empty. Why have so many rooms if you weren't going to use them? Naruto made sure to pull up the hood of his coat because Orochimaru had seen him before and they might recognize him even though he didn't have any whisker marks on him anymore. Kabuto and Orochimaru couldn't see them, but Sasuke and other dojutsu users like Neji could. There was only a room empty when he opened one door. When he opened another, it wasn't empty this time. Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's pet, was working with some medical salves at a desk in the room. Naruto remembered something. Pain never told him not to kill the snake's puppets. He slowly and quietly pulled his katana out of its sheath on his back. He slowly walked up to Kabuto because going too slowly would make it take longer for him to react, and his body might be moving too quickly for his mind to handle. He was now right behind Kabuto and had his katana in a reverse grip, ready to strike the traitorous Leaf Nin's head. He was about to deliver the killing blow when Kabuto turned around and left the room. Naruto didn't have much time to get out of Kabuto's way, but he did. His Sharingan and Madara's training really helped him, and he was able to move his body away from Kabuto's. He saw Yakushi sneak away from the desk and into the dark. Ryu put his katana away and left the room. He searched everywhere for Orochimaru's ring but couldn't find it. He knew the traitorous Sannin was here because if Kabuto was here, then the snake wasn't far behind. He opened a door to another room and saw something gross. Some innocent people were locked up, and they looked thin and hungry. Naruto could even make out some children among them. Old Naruto would have done anything to free these people, even risk his own life. But Naruto wasn't like that. He stopped being invisible and spoke to the prisoners. Most of them looked happy to see him. Thank you, sir. Save us, a man yelled as he reached for Ryu's cloak but instead grabbed his boot. He barely noticed Naruto's foot land on his hand, and with a loud crack, the man's hand was broken under Naruto's heel. The man cried out, and Naruto didn't stop him. The other people in the cage were looking at Naruto with worry. Ryu then did some hand seals and ended with the tiger sign. A little girl with tears in her eyes asked, "Aren't you going to save us, sir?" The people who were locked up said, "No." Kaden. Enden, fire release, flame bullet, said Ryu as he spit out a big flame bullet at them. Their screams of pain echoed through the base, but no one would come to Orochimaru because he was testing on people. Naruto looked at the innocent people's bodies on fire with a small smile on his face. He thought about the stupid people of Konoha and all the people who had hurt him or ignored him, and it felt good to kill them. But how had he set them free? Orochimaru must have used them for torture and experiments on humans, so they would have wanted to die afterward. Ryu turned on his ability to disappear and left the room that was on fire. He went from room to room looking at things. Eventually, he found a very big room with Sasuke Uchiha in the middle. This was the person Ryu wanted to kill most to settle the score. The young Uchiha was practicing with Kusanagi's sword. His movements were quick and precise, showing that he had a good kenjutsu teacher. It must have been Orochimaru, since the Snake Man was interested in the kid. Ryu was closely watching the Uchiha, able to tell that he had improved a lot in the past 2 years, but the former Jinchuriki wanted to know how much. Then Naruto saw Sasuke do a variation on Chidori, which was a smart way to build on the move that. When Sasuke turned his attention to the door, he saw someone covered in chakra thanks to Sharingan. Sasuke said, "I know you're there." Naruto wasn't surprised, and he seemed to have kept his cocky attitude. Naruto stopped being invisible, so Sasuke could see his Akatsuki cloak clearly. Sasuke wasn't expecting that, but he kept his face expressionless, as he always does when he's thinking. Sasuke thought, Akatsuki is a group of S-ranked shinobi like Itachi. If I beat him, it will show that I'm ready to kill Itachi. He also noticed that the Akatsuki member was wearing a hood that covered most of his face. To be honest, I wasn't expecting the Akatsuki, Sasuke told Ryu. By practicing on you, I'll be ready for Itachi, Ryu smiled. By executing you. Naruto laughed. If you compare Itachi to Madara, you'd know that Itachi, no matter how powerful he is no match for the ancient Uchiha. Itachi is nothing compared to Madara. Sasuke now thinks he's ready to fight a shinobi who is even stronger than Madara. That's ridiculous. Sasuke heard Naruto laughing and decided to make a point. Why are you laughing? You should be scared of me because only a Uchiha can beat a Uchiha, Sasuke said in his cocky voice. Naruto just laughed some more. Then you obviously don't remember all the losses that were dealt to your clan by the Senju, Ryu said with a smirk that made everyone blush. Sasuke had had enough and used the Uchiha's signature move, the Interceptor Fist, to fight Naruto. But Naruto just dodged or blocked his attacks as if they were slow to him. What was strange is that he didn't fight back. Sasuke got ready to throw his strongest punch at Ryu in the head. But, much to his surprise, Ryu easily blocked his punch. Sasuke jumped back and started making hand signs. The kaiten is Gokakyu no Jutsu, which means Great Fireball Technique. Yell. Sasuke said as he threw a horse-sized fireball at Ryu. To his surprise, Ryu cut through the fireball with his katana that could feel wind. Is that all you've got? Ryu teased. You destroyed the Kyuubi's container? I thought you'd be better than that. Where's your Uchiha superiority? Sasuke was mad about this and pulled out his own sword. They fought, but Sasuke couldn't even scratch the other guy. He just dodged or parried his attacks. Sasuke put his lightning chakra into his sword to make it stronger, but Ryu just put his wind chakra into his katana. The sword with lightning added to it wasn't very good against the wind sword. It made Sasuke very angry that no matter what he did to the man, it didn't work. This man was supposed to be a Uchiha and an elite, but everyone was playing with him. Enough with the fun. He yelled and aimed a slash at Ryu, but all he got was air. He disappeared. Someone whispered, "Behind you." It was Ryu, who had his back to Sasuke. You know, this fight, if you can call it that, has been rather disappointing. Ryu said. I expected better from Itachi's younger brother. Ryu used that as bait, and it worked like a charm. Sasuke was furious, so he tried to turn around and face Ryu. Instead, Naruto hit Sasuke with an elbow to the head, which was so hard it almost knocked him out. Sasuke fell to the ground. It felt like a brick hit him in the face. After all that training, it's too bad you can't beat me. How can you hope to beat Itachi? Ryu whispered in Sasuke's ear as he grabbed him by the collar and held him in the air. You're not the only one who has the Sharingan, Naruto said as Sasuke looked into his eyes. Weak. You're still so weak. You can't kill Itachi if you can't kill an Akatsuki member, Naruto told Sasuke. The Uchiha looked around and didn't understand how this person had the Sharingan. Ryu said with a smirk, I've been easy on you, but remember to train harder. Sasuke watched the Akatsuki member walk away. Wait! Shouted Sasuke. Naruto turned his attention to him. Who are you? Are you tired? Sasuke asked. Naruto said, Ryu Yokazi, He then thought, I wonder how much nonsense can be avoided if I kill him right now. So he did what he thought and used his Sharingan to knock Sasuke out. Naruto looked around the base some more and saw a paper airplane with a small seal on it. The paper flew around him for a while. Is the ring with you? Ryu asked. The plane nodded. Naruto was getting ready to leave his underground hideout when he felt someone following him. Well. It looks like the Akatsuki have finally found me, said a voice that was too sweet. Naruto turned around and saw the person he hated the most. In a blank voice, Ryu said, Orochimaru. At first glance, Orochimaru knew that this man was known to the Akatsuki. I want to know. Are you new to the Akatsuki? If so, what is your name? Asked Orochimaru with a frown. That was the one thing he hated more than his home village, the people he used to work with at Akatsuki. Yes, I'm new to the group. My name is Ryu Yoki, Naruto said, letting Orochimaru look into his eyes. When Orochimaru saw a pair of Sharingan that didn't belong to Itachi or Sasuke, he let out a gasp. Orochimaru said in a sad voice, well, too bad. I would love nothing more than to take your eyes for myself, and I can tell that you are stronger than Sasuke. Kun kukuku. However, I don't think you will leave this place relatively unharmed. He yelled, Senejashu, hidden shadow snake hands. And snakes shot out of his sleeve and at Ryu. He pulled out his katana and cut the snakes in half. The snake Senin was still there when he looked up, though. Based on what he knew, the jutsu he used was just a distraction. Then he took a step, and a long blade shot out from under him and went through the roof. Naruto gave his katana his lightning chakra and then stabbed the ground where the blade came from. To hide like a mole, Orochimaru used the hiding like a mole no jutsu technique. He then used his snake sword to attack. The lightning blade missed Orochimaru, who jumped out from behind Ryu and spit out the snake that was connected to the sword. Ryu learned the hand seals and got ready to use the jutsu, Raiden, Raikyutai, lightning release, lightning orb. Naruto gathered lightning chakra in the palm of his hand. It was surrounded by a dark blue sphere and a small black ball that flashed with lightning. It caused a bright flash of lightning when Naruto threw it at Orochimaru. As a result, a big part of the building's structure got hot and turned into a ball. There were still some flashes of lightning around. Ryu was about to leave because his mission was done when he heard dark laughter coming from behind him. Orochimaru jumped up from the ground and opened his mouth to unimaginable lengths. Orochimaru thought, Madara no Jin, formation of 10,000 snakes, as thousands of snakes came out of his mouth and headed straight for Ryu. When the mouths of each snake opened, the sword blades filled in for their tongues. Naruto did the only thing that made sense. He ran away. Along with him, the bladed snakes chased him for a while. He then thought of something. Ryu thought, why can't I just use that jutsu? He stopped and turned his back on the snakes. The snakes then landed on top of him and probably stabbed him. Orochimaru gave a smirk. One member of the Akatsuki was taken care of. But he frowned when he saw a white skeleton with 4 arms, 4 glowing yellow eyes, and 2 bullhorns facing forward. It was now scary for Orochimaru. What? He yelled in his head, what is that? His answer came from Naruto, as if he could read his mind. This. Orochimaru is the perfect defense. Orochimaru was sweating because the thing in front of him looked like hell and scared him all the way. The Susanoo. And now I will finish what Itachi started. Rai said that. His Susanoo then started to form many white magatama in its hands, each attached to a string of chakra, and threw them at Orochimaru like shuriken. Luckily for him, he was only just able to avoid the shuriken. Like projectiles, but he didn't notice that they exploded when they hit the walls of the hall. When Ryu saw that his attack wasn't working, he changed the way he did it. He began to use some hand signals. Since he was in a small space, he would have to make the jutsu less powerful and easy to damage. Futon. Ryu Kisoku no Jutsu, Wind Release, Dragon Breath Technique. Ryu yelled, and he blew out the head of a Japanese dragon the size of himself. The dragon then flew at Orochimaru. This is not the same as the Koryu Kisoku no Jutsu. This is just a weaker version of it. Naruto then put a lot of chakra into his right eye and said in a low voice, Amaterasu. The head of the wind dragon was then set on fire with black flames. This time it was burning and scorching as well as cutting and shredding. Enten.
Kainryu Kisoku no Jutsu, Blaze Release, Blazing Dragon Breath Technique. Orochimaru didn't have time to escape before the dragon head tore him apart and set him on fire. The hall then filled with black flames, and the walls had deep marks that looked like scars. Ryu turned off his Susanoo, but it was still working. He looked at what he had done. The walls of the hall were on fire. The goal was met. He finally started to walk away and back to the hideout's front door. Orochimaru's body was very badly hurt and on fire. He had way too little respect for the new Akatsuki member. And those jutsus, the Susanoo and the blaze release with the wind, were beautiful. But he had more important things to think about than that. He didn't pay attention to the obvious pain that the fire and deep cuts all over his body were causing. He opened his mouth wide like a snake, and his pale hands spread out like a snake shedding its skin. Before the black flames could cover him, the new Orochimaru escaped from his old body. He was hurt, but the amount of chakra he had to use in his wounds made him use a lot more than he thought he would. He was coughing and panting hard now. Ryu Yoki was now at the top of his list of people to kill. Naruto was walking back to the hideout's front door. Even though he was sure he had killed Orochimaru, it didn't matter. He went in and saw Konan waiting for him at the door with a ring in her hand. "Thank you," was the answer she got when she gave him the ring. "I heard the sounds of fighting within the halls." "Orochimaru?" asked her friend. "Yes, I fought him, not sure if I killed him. The mon's like a cockroach, no matter how many times you flush them down the drain they always happen to find their way back," said Rai. He said that you could never be sure with Orochimaru, and Konan agreed. They came out of the hiding place and started walking back to the hidden rain, where they would get their next orders. After his fight, Naruto thought about how unfair it was from his point of view. That was the first time he used Blaze Release with another spell, and the results were great. With his Eternal Mangekyo and Wind Jutsu for extra damage and power, he should have to try more combinations. He then had an idea about one of his goals among the Akatsuki. Getting rid of the fake Madara. Zetsu backed up his claim, but Pain wouldn't believe him because he had just joined and knew that the fake only worked through Nagato. He would have to make a name for himself among the elite and maybe get Konan to join him, since her word would be more trusted than his. It was easy to think about how to get Konan to join him. It was much harder to get her to actually join him. He could also tell that Nagato and Konan were close. He thought they were best friends, not lovers. Nagato was more likely to believe her than Zetsu, but he needed proof that Madara wasn't Madara. But plots like these would take time to form. He thought now was a good time to carry out his plan. "Konan, what do you like?" Naruto asked, taking off his hood. When he asked that question, Konan blinked. She asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, since you wanted to get to know me better, I wish to extend the same courtesy," Rai replied. Since she did the same thing, Konan didn't see a problem with it. "Well, along with helping Pain, I like to do origami and press flowers," the Akatsuki member said. He knew why she liked origami because her style of ninjutsu was based on paper, but he had never heard of flower pressing before. But it wasn't a surprise that she helped Nagato. She seemed very loyal to him, which he could use to his advantage. Rai asked, "And what do you dislike?" "I dislike feeling useless. And watching friends die," she told me. These things that Naruto didn't like about Konan made him want to have him on his side. "I see those are very admirable and gorgeous qualities you have," stated Naruto. Konan blushed when he complimented her. She hadn't thought he'd react that way. She thought he would be disgusted by her interests. It didn't help her fight her blush that people called her beautiful. They wouldn't make it to the village in time because it would take another day to get to a megacure, and the sun was setting quickly. They also went by the inn they had been at a few days before, so they had to camp out in the forest for the night. Both of them forgot to set up camp, so they had to make do with sticks and twigs for a fire in the ground for beds. Naruto didn't mind being cold. Living in a dark, cold hut for 2 years helped him a lot. However, Konan was a different story. She had tried to sleep but couldn't because the cold wind was scratching her face. After that, she felt something warm on her back. When she put her hand on it, she felt clothes and arms against it. Ryu told her out loud, "Don't worry." His body was pressed up against her, which she thought was a sexy and inappropriate position. "I saw you shivering so I helped out." Kanan said, "I didn't ask you to help me." No changes had been made to Naruto's face. Rai told her, "It doesn't matter. You were cold and now you're warm." Conan finally said, "Fine." She fell asleep while being close to the blonde. He woke up to find Ryu and herself in his arms, which shocked her. He pressed her breasts against his and put her hands on his chest. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart. When she looked at his face, it was calm and peaceful, but it also looked like it always did. As she tried to get out of his arms, her face turned a deep shade of red. But that only made his hold on her stronger, and he pulled her face into his chest, putting his chin above her forehead. Even though she knew that the only way to leave his arms was to wake him up, the warmth that came from inside him made her feel good, and she wanted to stay in his arms a little longer. She moved around a bit in his arms, but when she turned around, she saw two Sharingan staring at her. It was true that she was a little scared. Naruto got up from the ground and let her go from his arms. Ryu asked, "Did you sleep well?" This made Conan nod her head, but she didn't notice the red mark on her partner's cheeks. "We should continue on to Omegakure." It was Conan who stopped him. She put out her hand and Orochimaru's old ring was in it. She told him, "Take it. It's yours now." The ring was slate blue and had the character for Sky, GN, in the middle of it. In order to protect his right index finger, Naruto took the ring from Conan's hand and put it on it. After that, they started their trip back to Omegakure. They were now in Omegakure and walking to the tallest tower. Conan used her signature paper jutsu to turn into paper butterflies that flew across the village. Ryu, on the other hand, used his invisibility jutsu to walk to the tower. Pain was where he always was, staring out at the village. "Were you successful?" Pain asked Naruto as he turned to face him. He looked at the ring on Ryu's finger. "Is Orochimaru dead?" "I'm not sure. Orochimaru has a habit of escaping death. Rai told me. It doesn't matter as long as you have the ring," stated Pain. "Zetsu has informed me of your cooperation and the success of your assignment. Therefore I have decided to make you two permanent partners." This made Conan feel a little sad. Nagato was making Naruto's plans easier, so he just smiled to himself. After her sad spell was over, Conan kept her neutral face. "Everyone would be better off if she worked with us." As Pain did the hand sign for the Gentashin no Jutsu, magic lantern body technique, he told them, "I will call the Akatsuki and let them know that we have a new member." Naruto and Conan both sealed their hands correctly. And they were back in the same dark room with the lantern still lit in the middle. Then, astral copies of the other Akatsuki members could be seen. Ryu Pain told Yokazi he is now a full member of the Akatsuki. Kisame smiled and said he liked Ryu, Deidara agreed and said he liked Yokaze's style of art. Sasori's face was hidden, and Kakazu grinned and said he liked Ryu a lot because he was so annoying to Hidan. Itachi's face was hard to read, and Hidan was angry and hoped Orochimaru would kill the jerk. "And he will be partnered with Conan permanently," stated Pain. "Now within a year we will begin the capture and extraction of the Biju and 2 years from then we will capture the Kyuubi. Until we begin our true operation within a year we will be gaining funds for the Akatsuki." Everyone in the group nodded. "I will relay the missions and assignments and if I cannot Zetsu will." After that, the astral bodies began to fade away. Naruto and Conan were put back where they were before. When Red and Amber met, they didn't look at each other. There was silence as they left the room and gathered the things they would need for their trip. Then Pain came up to them. "We have been given different tasks from Kirigakure and the Mizukage herself. If there are any missions that need your skills and attention, I will send you two there." Ryu said, "Very well, leader." Sama. He used the seals on his wrist to seal some things and then checked to see if he missed anything. He had never been to the Land of Water before. He was interested in how this country was different from the Land of Fire and wished to meet the Mizukage, whose beauty is said to be as good as Tsunade's, and he wanted to find out if the rumors were true. He put his cloak back on and put his katana on his back. Then he and Conan left Omegakure and went to the Land of Water and Kirigakure. Who knows, maybe there would be some surprises that no one saw coming.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.